Okay, y'all, story time about how my friend snuck her boyfriend into my apartment when we were like 14, 15 years old, and I had no idea. Okay, so my mom and my stepdad were separated, but he would still like come over to our apartment. Okay, so he's over at our apartment, and he wakes us up, and he's like, hey, do y'all want to go to breakfast? And we're like, yeah. Anyway, so we get up, I get completely undressed, get redressed. I have a mirror that like is on the ground, so from under my bed you can definitely see me changing. So we plan on going to IHOP. We go to IHOP. My friend's acting a little weird, okay, but then we get to Cracker Barrel because IHOP was too crowded. We go into the bathroom. So she tells me like that he's in my apartment, and I don't even remember what happened from there. I'm obviously like freaking out and scared like I'm gonna get in trouble. I go back to the table. My stepdad gets a call from my mom, and I just see him like look up at us like, you have something to tell me? Who is in this house? We end up telling him, and I guess he tells my mom. What happened at the apartment is my mom went from her room after taking a shower with the towel wrapped around her to the kitchen to get a Dr. Pepper, and she sees a shadow go from my room, or from the bathroom back to my room. Like, she sees a man, okay? Obviously, she's freaking out because she doesn't know. Like, she thinks someone broke into the freaking apartment. So she calls Chad. She runs out onto the balcony in her towel. I guess once my stepdad told her that it was so-and-so, she was like, get out of the apartment right now or whatever. And he like walked out like with his arms up. Like, whenever we got back to the apartment, I literally look under my bed and like there's a pillow and a blanket and everything. And he was sleeping under my side of the bed. But anyway, I didn't get in trouble. Like, my mom believed me. Because honestly, like, one thing about me is, like, even when I did get in trouble, I would just be like, yeah, I did it. Anyway, but I'm still friends with her and him, actually. But, yeah, that was the story about the time that my friend snuck her boyfriend into my house, and I did not know.
Get ready with me while I tell y'all some very traumatic things that happened to me in school. Let's start off strong. So when I was in this club called FBLA, Future Business Leaders of America, I was in 7th grade, I think, 7th or 8th, and we were all in the library for this little meeting. It was like an all-day long thing, and I was sitting at the table with all the girls that I hung out with that were in it, and my parents had just recently got divorced, and one of the girls brought up the question of, why did your parents get divorced? Like, what happened? And I was just like, I don't know. Like, I just think things weren't working out, even though my phone cut out when I was taking that clip. But anyways, I was just like, things just weren't working out, whatever. And then the girl that asked the question and brought it up, she goes, I think I know why. I was like, do you? Do you? Then why'd you bring it up? And keep in mind, we're sitting at this big old library table with, like, all these girls. I'm just sitting, like, in the middle of all these girls, okay? So I didn't even know some of them. I did not even know some of them. And homegirl goes, yeah, it's because your mom cheated on your dad with a woman. I'm sorry, what? No, that's not true, everyone. Like, no. But thankfully, I had 2 really good friends that were sitting right beside me, and they were just sticking up for me, you know what I mean? So that was top of the list. I still think about that moment every single day. Okay, so around the same time that incident happened, I had been getting dress coded left and right. I can't even tell y'all how many times I got dress coded, and it was always by the same freaking lady, every single time. So this last time, I was scared to death to call my dad because I was living with him at the time. I wasn't talking to my mom. I was scared to death to call him because the last time he had to bring me clothes, like, he made me cry in front of everyone because he was so mad because it was like the freaking 100th time in one day, basically. Ew, I look crazy. Anyways, so I did not call him, and the only other option I had was to either get a new pair of jeans or to go to ISS. And I was like, send me to ISS, just fuck it. Okay, so this happened literally at 8:15 in the morning when I was walking to class. So I had to be in ISS for a full 8 hours, the whole entire day. Oh my word. Nothing but boys in there. Okay, I was the only girl. And left and right, they're bringing more boys in there. They're acting crazy. They're cussing. They're not doing what the teacher says. We all had to put our phones in a basket. Yes, like, I could not talk to anyone for 8 hours. I was so upset. But I didn't cry or anything because, like, that's my fault. Like, I knew I was probably going to get dress coded for those jeans and I shouldn't have worn them. But then this is where it gets absolutely insane. Okay, the teacher says that they have got to step out of the room for a second and make a call. 5 minutes later, they're not there. One of the guys gets up and he walks outside of the classroom door to, like, look in the hallway and see where the teacher was at, okay? So the guy walks back in, and of course, every guy in there, they're like little buddies, the little clique that all gets in trouble together. And I did not know any of them. I had seen them around school, but I did not know them. But of course, they all knew me. So they all come and sit right beside me. Like, they're just like standing like around my desk, like 8 or 10 different guys. And I'm just like, oh God, no, please don't. I know I look crazy, but this is just a work in progress. So anyways, I'm just like, hey, like, please do not touch me. And they start asking me, like, why are you in here, mama? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't belong in ISS. I'm not an ISS girl. Like, I'm not, I swear. I didn't even want to tell them I was in there because I didn't want to bring attention to me and what I was wearing. But finally, after they just kept on asking, I was like, my jeans, they have a rip in them. Like, that's why I'm in here, guys. So what do? They tell me to stand up so they can see my outfit. They want me to stand up, okay? And I'm a very sarcastic person, so obviously, like, I'm messing around with them too. Not like I realized they weren't, like, trying to hurt me. They were just, like, messing around with me. They were picking on me. I was the only girl in there. Like, of course, they're targeting me. So then they want me to, like, walk around the classroom and all this crap. So then, like, we're just having, like, a good time. I'm like, this isn't that bad. And I'm just, like, walking, acting all funny and stuff. I literally had heels on that day. I had high heels on in the 7th or 8th grade with these skinny little white jeans, rips all over them, like a little slut. So we're literally just, like, messing around with each other. And they're like, oh, she bad. And I'm just like, yeah, ha ha. Like, I'm an ISS. Like, no, I should not have been in that freaking room. I should not have been in there. And by this time, they're all sitting back at their desk, okay? And guess who walks in? The teacher. And I'm standing up there at the front of the class just, like, acting all funny and stuff. But it was not funny to the teacher. It was not. So when the teacher walks in, I get so awkward. I'm embarrassed. I'm like, what am I doing up here? Like, I don't know. And of course, when the teacher is asking, like, what's going on in here, all the guys blame it on me. And they're like, we don't know. Like, she just started standing up and, like, showing us her outfit. And I'm like, fucking thanks, everyone. Like, I'm already embarrassed. Like, y'all just embarrassed me even worse. So because of that, I got 3 extra days of ISS. Like, what? Like, play back the cameras and you can see what happened. Really. Okay, this is the last story from that school. So when I was sitting at car pickup one day, or drop off actually, I was already embarrassed because I had a little flip phone because I had gotten my actual phone taken and I needed a phone that I could call one of my parents on, like if I needed to reach them or whatever. And my dad was like, okay, you can use this flip phone, okay? So then when I'm living with my dad, I had been wearing my mom's makeup whenever she had lived with us. And she did not leave her makeup there whenever she moved out of the house. So all I had was this, like, bronzer palette that she always used every single morning, okay? So that's what I used that morning. I was no makeup guru. I'm still not a makeup guru. But I just, like, powdered that brush and put it all over my face, looked in the mirror and was like, she's cute. Let's go. So we were running behind a little that day, and by the time I got dropped off, all of my friends that I usually stood with or sat with in the mornings, they were already there. So I walk up to the little circle that they're all standing in, and they all just start looking at me. And I'm like, what? What is it? Like, what is it now? So half of them break off the circle and walk away, and I'm sitting there with the other half that, like, I really fucked with, like, we're my really good friends. The other people were just, like, buddies, whatever. And I was just like, y'all, what is wrong? Like, do I have something on me? Like, did I get a stain on my shirt? Like, what is it? Is it because I have a flip phone? Like, what's going on? So then one of the girls from the other circle that had walked away came back up, and she was like, what's on your face? And I was like, what? Nothing. It's just me. I didn't put anything on my face. Okay, so I'm just trying to play it off, and I'm like, nothing. Like, there's nothing on my face. What do you mean? And she's like, it's like there's glitter all over your face, Coastal, and starts like giggling. And I'm like, bitch, what? Shut the fuck up. There was, in fact, glitter all over my face, actually, because that palette was like one of those shimmer bronzing palettes. And, I mean, I powdered the fuck out of my face that day. I mean, I powdered the freak out of my face that day. And, like, I was glowing. Like, I was a glowing queen. So, the second I walked into school, I went straight to the bathroom, got one of those brown hard paper towel things, put it under the sink, wet it, and scrubbed my face so hard and got all that shit off. And I never wore it again. Ever. And y'all may not think that that's traumatic, but, like, that's so embarrassing. It was embarrassing for me because, like, I already am one of those girls who, like, doesn't feel confident unless they wear, like, some type of makeup on their face. And for her to say that when, like, I was feeling myself that morning and thought I looked so bronzed and beautiful, like, that really just, like, ruined my day. Like, it really did. Okay, the last super, like, awful thing that happened at this school that I can remember right now is I got forgotten at car pickup one day by my mother and my lovely father. And I was the last one out there, and the teachers had left, and there was one left, and she was like, hey, like, you're gonna have to go sit, like, the front office. And I was just like, okay, like, I've texted my mom and dad, I don't know where they're at. And long story short, when one of my teachers, which was my least favorite teacher that always got on to me, always put me out in the hallway, all kinds of crap, she walked past and was like, why are you still here? And I was like, my mommy and daddy forgot me. And she was like, well, do you want me to take you home? And I was like, honestly, not really. Like, I would honestly rather sit here. But in the moment, I'm like, yeah, go ahead. So she didn't know I lived, like, 30 minutes away from school. So she had to take me in the complete opposite direction. And it was completely silent the whole time. The most awkward car ride ever. And she still was mean to me in class. Still, the rest of the year. Okay, this is part 2 of the traumatic experiences. But let's make it high school edition. It just gets so much better. Okay, so somehow one of my best friend in high school convinced me to join the golf team. Do I look like I golf? No, I don't. But I joined it as a joke and just because, like, I didn't have anything better to do, it was going to keep me out of trouble, okay? So, I absolutely sucked ass. I mean, like, worst golf player ever. One time whenever I was hitting the golf club freaking flew out of my hand. And one time I got on the golf cart because they told me to jump on it and I didn't tie my bag in the back and it started falling off. So as the golf cart is going, I'm like jumping. I literally jumped off of it and like fell trying to like grab my golf bag. I just wasn't good at golf. Okay, so if you have ever been on a golf team, I think y'all know like how you have to compete at the end of each week and whoever wins, I don't know. I don't even know the terms of golf, y'all. Like, I really did it as a joke. So, like, whenever we would do our little competitions, I never got, like, the score that everyone else got. Like, mine always sucked. Mine was always super freaking high. So, like, I never got to go to the golf tournament. So, like, that was fine. Like, I just went to the practice and stuff during the week just to have something to do for fun, you know, shits and giggles. So, this one time, we all got to go to the tournament. It was, like, you didn't have to compete that week. Like, everyone just automatically got to go. And they probably did that so that, like, the ones who sucked, like me and this one other guy, like, we would have our chance since we had been practicing so hard all season. Like, we would get to go and experience, like, a tournament, right? Okay, so I'm not going to lie. I was low-key looking forward to this tournament because, like, I had never got to go to one. And I just love a good competition. Like, I love to win. I love to beat people at something. Like, I love to be better at a sport than someone else is. Like, it just gives me a thrill. It makes me feel good about myself. Y'all know what I mean. Which we all know, like, I obviously, like, freaking sucked, but, like, so many towns were coming to our country club to play in the golf tournament, and I was like, I'm going to be better than one of them. Like, I've got to be. There's no way I'm not better than at least one person out of, like, 100 people. There's no way. So we get there, and I'm standing with my best friend, like, my other teammates, I guess that's what you call them, I don't even know. And they all have, like, their families with them. And everyone else from all the other schools, like, all of their parents are there. And mine aren't. Because I was not taking the golfing thing, like, very serious because I sucked at it. So, like, I didn't even think to invite my family. So, every single person's parents rented a golf cart for them to ride around on. Except for me. And I'm just standing there like, this is going to be awkward. So I text my parents, my mom and my dad, which this was also like recently in their divorce. It took them 6 years to officially get divorced, by the way. So the divorce went on for a long time, but this was just right after the papers had been served. You know what I mean? Like, you know. So I text both of them and I'm like, hey, y'all, please, one of y'all come through and come out here and support your daughter at her first ever and probably last ever golf tournament. Like, I could be winning big today. Like, y'all should come support me and rent a golf cart, please, dear God. Literally, neither one of them texts me back. And I was just like, whatever. Fuck it. Like, I'll just walk my little ass around this course. It won't be that bad. Okay, so that wasn't even the bad part. The bad part was in the nicest possible way, because I love everyone and I think everyone is beautiful, special, great people, you know what I mean? Everyone's human, okay? But I had to play with the people that were like a little, you know, like not all there, you know? Y'all know what I mean? Like, they were in the slower classes and stuff like that. Like, that's who I had to play with. Yeah, so that's fine. Like, I'm not good at golf anyways, but like, I thought I would win against the people I had to play with. Y'all know what I mean? So, we're like getting towards the end and I'm getting absolutely demolished. I mean, y'all, I literally was not even like playing at this point because I was like, I freaking suck. Like, y'all are amazing. Like, y'all could freaking win some trophies or maybe some money. Like, y'all could go off to college and play golf. Like, that's how bad I am compared to y'all. Like, way to freaking go. So when we get to like the final hole or whatever, my score is way better than it was when I was like practicing with my teammates, like on the normal weekdays. So I'm excited to like get up there and like see all the scores on the board, maybe win myself something, because like I felt like I played good compared to what I usually play. Y'all know what I mean? So all of the people that I was playing against, they jumped on their golf carts with their beautiful, nice, perfect parent, zoom, went up there, and I'm just like tracking this big old freaking golf club behind me. I'm like doing a little jog, trying to hurry up and get up there to see like if I won anything. Like, you know. Okay, so this event went on like all day. We got there at 8 and I was walking back up there at like 6 something. So I'm so excited, and then I see my friend walking towards me with a trophy, and like I don't see a lot of people around her. I'm like, where is everyone? Why do you have a trophy in your hand? What's going on? So she walks up to me, she's giggling like she knows that I fucking suck. Like, she knows how I felt that time because she saw who I had to go play against, and she knew that I was like, what's going on, you know? So she walks up to me and she's laughing, and I'm like, what are you doing? Why do you have a freaking trophy in your hand, and where's everyone at? Where's coach? I need to talk to someone. I need to know what's going on. I just played my little heart out. Like, where's everyone, and where's my trophy? Where's my medal? Where's my freaking big old fat check where like I won some money? Like, where's my reward? So at this point, we're just both like dying laughing because I'm literally asking her like, why do you have a trophy? Like, what is going on? And she finally gets her words out, and she's like, I've been waiting on you up here for an hour and a half. Like, my parents have been cussing at me because they're ready to go. And I was like, homegirl, what? What in the world? Like, what is going on? And she told me that everything had ended like 2 hours ago. Everyone had already been rewarded, that me and the people that I played with, we were not even like figured in to the whole entire tournament. Like, we were just there for fun. Just there for shits and giggles. So I'm just like, thank God my parents didn't come, because that would have been embarrassing for me, for them to come out here and watch their little girl play her heart out just to not even be figured into anything in the end. So then my phone had been dead, and she was asking me if I wanted to ride, and I was like, no, like, I'm sure one of my parents won't want to come get me and see me, obviously. Like, why wouldn't they? So she leaves, whatever, I'm fine, everything's fine. Like, it was a fun little day. I had fun with the people I played with. They were all sweet and precious, and we all just cut up with each other. We had a great day. So I go inside, I'm charging my phone. 10 minutes later, the lady, the only other lady that was like in the country club at the time, she was like, hey baby, like, we're about to close. Like, you're not going to be able to sit in here and charge your phone anymore. Like, do you have someone to come to get you? And I had been blowing my parents up, like, where the frick are y'all? Like, I need someone to come get me. And it's like 7 o'clock at this point. Okay, it's getting dark. Okay, it's getting dark outside. And I was so weird about riding in the car with people, especially after that incident with my teacher at that other school. So I was just like, yeah, like, my parents are on the way. Like, they'll be here very soon. And she was just like, okay, like, do you want me to sit here and wait with you until they get here? Or, like, you okay to sit outside? And I was like, yes, like, I'm fine to sit outside by myself. I'm a big girl. Like, I just played golf all day by myself. Like, I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay, so I'm sitting outside just chilling, you know, my phone's on 5%. I've texted my parents. I've called them. Like, they have not texted me all day. All day. Like, how do you not talk to your precious little perfect beautiful angel child all day long? Like, I don't freaking get it. And I texted them one last time in a group text, and I said, y'all, it is dark out here. My phone is on 5%. I need someone to come and motherfucking get me before I get stolen. Okay, please, someone come get me. And yes, I could have texted a family member or another friend and asked them to come get me, but I was not their responsibility. I was my parents' responsibility, and they needed to come get their child because I wasn't even an adult. Like, come get me. Come get your kid. So my phone dies. Okay, still sitting out there. Don't know how much longer I was sitting out there. At this point, I actually am crying because I'm actually genuinely scared. And I'm scared something has happened to my parents. And, like, that's why they're not coming. Like, I don't know what to do. There's nowhere to go. Literally, like, I was scared to death. Then this little freaking car pulls in, and I have no idea who it is. And I literally almost freaking shit my pants. So this man gets out of the car. I cannot see. I don't know who it is. And starts saying, like, coastal, coastal. And I'm like, oh no, I'm here, like, what happened, what's going on? And he was like, well, I'm just here to get you, like, your parents are in the middle of something. And I was like, great. And I knew this man, but, like, I did not want to ride with this freaking man. And, like, that was just so traumatic to me. Like, I'll never forget that.
Hey guys, here is a list of things that my evil volleyball coach from high school did that I believe she probably should have been fired for. First thing is that she threatened to kick me off the volleyball team over a TikTok video. Second, she singled me out of all of my teammates and the teammates' parents because of said video and really embarrassed me at the ripe age of 17. Allegedly, she accidentally hit me in the head with a volleyball. Accidentally, allegedly, but I do have it in recording on video, so. Allegedly told me to shut up to my face, but not in like a joking funny way, but in like a mean and disrespectful way. In the beginning of the school year, we played in a 2-day tournament, and I had let her know in ahead of time that I wasn't going to be able to make it to one of the days of the tournament due to a outside obligation, and she let me know that if I missed that day of the tournament that she would bench me and take away any future opportunities of me playing, despite the fact that I had been benched the entire season and had played about 2 minutes of game time up to that point. And when I showed up to that tournament for both days, because I didn't go to my outside obligation because she threatened me, I didn't play a single minute of that entire tournament. She allowed a girl that had broken our school's athlete code of conduct for a bullying and harassment issue with the police be our team captain. And the girl had actually just broken the code of conduct and just served an 8-game ban and just been let back on the team, and then she let her be the team captain. So my junior year, I was on varsity rostered, and she moved me off of varsity without telling me and let the JV coach tell me that I had been moved bound to JV and never explained why. She would text and drive and scroll on social media on her phone while she was driving our team bus to games and tournaments, and I actually also have photo evidence of this one. There was a period of time my senior year of high school when I was in a mental health crisis, and I missed a day of tournament and a practice or two, and when I came back to practice and we were sitting in a group before we were leaving for a game, she repeatedly asked me why I missed the tournament in game in front of all of my teammates and forced me to tell her what happened in front of everyone, despite it being a private issue that I didn't discuss with anyone but my parents and myself, obviously. I just feel like that one's kind of horrible to do to a teenage girl who's clearly struggling right in front of your face, and embarrass them and humiliate them in front of a bunch of their friends. It's kind of messed up, but she didn't play any seniors on senior night. So my senior night, not a single minute of playing time. We were also playing the worst team in our division. Yeah. One of her friends happened to be a coworker of my older sister, who the coworker of my sister told me that she actually talked shit about me to my sister's coworker. And my sister told me, that's crazy for you to be talking shit about a 17-year-old girl that you coach to your friends, and then that message get relayed to the sister of said girl who you talk shit about, while being a grown-ass adult. Do you not have anything better to do with your time? Clearly not. So she made me practice with the varsity team all summer, try out with the team, and then play summer league games with the team. And then when we split off into teams, she didn't put me on varsity, and then had the JV coach once again tell me that I wasn't going to be on varsity. I did get moved up back to varsity right after that, and then that's when she moved me off again. Yeah, long story. This had nothing to do with me, but she actually made a lot of our players, especially our setters, play on injuries. After repeatedly being informed about these said injuries, she would make players play on injuries continuing forward. Another thing she did was get mad at a bunch of our girls that had gotten it all into a car accident together for having to miss games and practices because they were concussed and injured because of a car accident that they were in. She was angry at them for that. Cherry on top is that throughout these seasons that I played with her, multiple people on my team would ask me why she hated me so much. And to set the record straight on all of these things, first of all, we had taken care of this with the school. We had informed the school of everything that had happened throughout her coaching career with me after I had graduated, and so that they were informed. She no longer works at the school that or coaches at the school that I went to. I'm not sure what she's up to currently. I don't care. I hope not coaching other kids, because kids don't deserve to be treated like this by her. And the last thing is that I had a very good reputation in my school with my teachers and with the principal and with administration within the school. I had never been complained about for having a bad attitude, for being disrespectful, for doing anything wrong. The singular disciplinary issue that I've ever had at my school had to do with this volleyball coach and this team for something that the school determined wasn't anything wrong that I had done. I received awards for school spirit. I got good grades. I currently keep in contact with teachers and staff and mentors that I had in my high school to this day. I try and look back on that time of my life and think of anything that I could have done wrong or something that it could have rubbed her the wrong way, but there's genuinely nothing that I could have done or I did to make her so angry and to hate me so much. Obviously, it still bothers me to this day the way in which this woman treated me and other girls on my team, and I just wish that, and I hope that no one else has to be treated this way by her, by being on the team. And when you're so young, it's hard because you want to please everybody. You want to please the adults in your life. You want to please your coaches. And when someone is adult bullying you so much to the point where you don't know what you're doing wrong and you're trying to find anything to make the situation better and to also figure out why they don't like you so much, it's very exhausting and very draining for a 16-year-old, 17-year-old to be going through these types of things. And I just want to add too, on top of that, I had never had an issue with any coach I've ever had. I've played sports from kindergarten to senior year of high school and been on teams. I was team captains for many of the teams that I've played on. I've never had an issue with my club volleyball coaches or my high school volleyball coaches except for with her. If I was the common denominator in these situations, I would really be like, okay, maybe there is something I did wrong. But I would really just like to know what I possibly did at age 14 when I met her to have pissed her off so much to the point where she treated me poorly throughout the 4 years that I attended the high school and was under her coaching. And I just feel like there's something so wrong with her deep down. There must be some type of insecurity or jealousy that she has to be treating not only me but other athletes in this manner. This is the type of coach that gets kids to want to stop playing their sports because of how poorly they get treated and how much it affects their confidence and outlook on their current life. So yeah, that's it.
Hey guys, so I was in an abusive relationship at the ripe age of 13, and today I'm going to be talking about things that happened in that relationship that I thought was normal because I was a child. Before we start, I want to preface that I was 13 years old in this relationship and he was 16 to 17. Now, why my parents let that happen, I couldn't tell you, but I don't have a great relationship with them right now, so it doesn't really matter. Starting off strong, because this was a while ago, nothing's really going to be in chronological order because I don't remember that well, especially with my trauma. I just don't remember that part of my life very well. I do remember one time we had gotten into an argument because I told him my mom said that I couldn't hang out with him that day. And my stepmom, because that's who I've lived with my entire life, is my stepmom and my father. He was like, that stupid bitch, she's not even your real mom. Mind you, she's the woman who raised me. I was on vacation and I had gotten him a teddy bear from Build-A-Bear that had like a little sound thing in it. It was cute. It was whatever. And one time we had gotten into a fight and he took the bear and started stabbing it repeatedly on the phone with me. Yeah. I was very much a virgin. I had only ever had my first kiss. I had never done anything with a man before this guy. And I did not want to have sexual relations with that man. And he did not like that. And once our relationship got further down the line, because he was not abusive at first, once I told him no, and he quite literally held me down with the pillow in my face, and did sexual stuff to me. One time we were at a football game. We went to different schools. I was at a football game with him for his school, and we were standing on the bleachers together, and he had this look in his eye every time that he was going to beat me, and I knew when it was coming, and I had looked over at him watching the game because I was just enjoying the game, and he had that look in his eye, and I immediately got terrified and sprinted off, and he sprinted after me. He had then cussed me out because there's like a field next to the football field, and was like, you were standing too close to this guy. Mind you, he had picked our seats for the football game. Now, his friend was there with us, and his friend was a good friend of mine. And his friend followed after us, and we ended up getting in my boyfriend's car at the time, and his friend stood outside the car, and my boyfriend at the time was like, you can go, and he was like, no, I'm sorry, but I just can't, like, if you hit her, like, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna have to be. And that's how you know it's a problem, when your friends know about what you do. One time I was hanging out with all of my friends after him and I had broken up. We broke up like 3 times. This was like one of the first times. I was hanging out with all of my friends and we were not together. I had some of my guy friends come over to my other friend's house. He then texted those guy friends and was like, what was she wearing? Was she being a whore? Blah, 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 all this stuff. Like, where is she now? Showed up to my friend's house. Literally psychotic. After we had broken up, my biological mom was in and out of my life, and he had met her a few times. He saw her and my little brother at the mall one time and proceeded to go up to them and tell them that I was a whore and all of this stuff. And to add on to that, after we had broken up, I told him, do not contact me or I will contact the police and tell them everything that had happened, because he would make numerous Instagram accounts, numerous fake phone numbers, blah, 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 to contact me. And because he was so scared he could not contact me, he went out and told everyone that I had 6 bodies. Mind you, I had 0 because everything that had happened between him and I was unconsensual. I had 0 bodies under my belt, and he told the entire county that I had 6 bodies and I was a whore. I was a freshman in high school, which it then ruined my reputation, and no one here likes me to this day. So yeah, if you want a part 2, let me know, because there's so many stories I could go into. Part 2 of why you shouldn't let your children date, coming from someone who was in an abusive relationship at the ripe age of 13. My sophomore year homecoming, I had gotten ready at home and I had went to my boyfriend's house to take pictures with his family. My family was taking pictures at my aunt's house. He knew that. We discussed going from his house to my aunt's and then going out to eat. It was me, him, and one of my friends in the car. And we were on our way to what I thought was my aunt's, and he thought it was out to eat. I mentioned to him, I said, don't forget we have to go to my aunt's. He threw an absolute fit that we had to take pictures with my family and proceeded to hit me in front of one of my friends. This was incredibly embarrassing for me because I've never been hit in front of anyone before. But that same night, we were at the dance and he did not like something. He was angry about something and he got in my face in front of his entire school, like right up to my face, and my cousin had went to his school. So my cousin noticed that and like started arguing with him and was like, leave her the fuck alone, yada, yada, yada. The first time he ever hit me, we were 4-ish months into our relationship, I'd say around there, and I had caught him cheating with this girl he talked to right before me. And I had made a post on my private story on Snapchat, I think that's where I made the post. I made a post about it, and about how heartbroken I was, and we were together, and then that's where he shoved me for the first time into an end table, in his living room because his parents weren't home, and it was not fun. In the last video, I mentioned the countless phone numbers, Instagram accounts, Snapchat accounts that he would make to contact me, but I never really went in depth, and I think that's something that also needs to be talked about because it was very, very emotionally abusive. He would make different numbers or accounts or Snapchat accounts or email me off of his school email, off of new emails because I blocked the other ones, and he would just say the most absurd things. I have screenshots of it. And if you guys want to see like pictures of everything from the relationship, let me know. But it was so emotionally difficult because I couldn't breathe. I couldn't sleep because I would be receiving calls from this man, and I couldn't tell my parents because I didn't want them to know. He would say the most insane things to me all the time. I had really bad mental health issues stemming from my parents, and I had attempted once while we were in a relationship and he showed up at my house. We got into a big argument and he told me that he had wished I would have just died, and he wished he didn't help me, and he wished my attempt would have worked. He was so overbearing and would check my phone and would literally stalk me when I would go places. He would show up there, but then he'd be out cheating. Like at school, he would like take other girls to lunch and things of that sort. Anyways, if you want a part 3, let me know.
Truly have no idea how many people's phones you're in. I'm currently in northern Minnesota with my family, so super quick story time, get rid of me. But I heard this girl on Instagram talking about you have no idea how many people's phones you're in, whether that's pictures of you, screenshots of you, things you've said, etc. I don't remember her name, I didn't save it, so if anyone knows who I'm talking about, please let me know so I can give credit where credit is due. But this reminded me of a story from high school. So let's do a little story time. So it's 2026, but we're gonna go back to 2024 when I was a junior in high school. But actually we're gonna flash back even further to the fall of 2023 when I was still a junior in high school. I will be using mostly fake cities and fake names to protect people's identities for the purpose of the story time. So the guy was a senior at a school called Cooper. Let's call him Alex. Alex ran cross country and did track and field. Things didn't work out with me and Alex, so I broke things off with him. Roughly a month and a half, 2 months later, I started being really good friends with this guy named John. John and Alex were really good friends. John and Alex ran cross country together at Cooper, and they were both seniors. Things were going really well with me and John. It was kind of developing into a situationship, and then he asked me out. Unfortunately, at that time, I was having a really rough time romantically and just in my life, so I turned him down. I said, I'm sorry, you're a really great friend. And he was. He's a great guy. You're a really great friend, but I'm not ready for that yet. Devastatingly, this was the end of our friendship. He did not take it very well. Understandably so. In his eyes, it probably looked like I led him on. And it was horrible because I had other friends that went to Cooper and they would tell me, they were like, yeah, I saw John at school. He looked sad. Why would you tell me that? That's so sad. Anyways, at this point, I no longer spoke to Alex from a little earlier or John. Alex was a guy I went out with for a little bit. He ran track and cross country and was a senior and was friends with John. John was the guy I was really good friends with, ran cross country, and then unfortunately we aren't friends anymore because he asked me out and I said no. John's also a senior at the same school as Alex, and to be clear, I really liked John back. It wasn't the time. So now we're going into the spring of 2024, months later, which is track and field season. I do track and field, so does Alex. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Alex might not have done track and field, or he didn't do it in his senior year. Anyway, so I'm competing at a track and field meet, and Cooper, Alex, and John's school is there. A girl from Cooper comes up to me and asks, "Are you Bella Novak?" To which I say, "Yes, that's my name." She told me her name and I made the connection of she's friends with John and Alex, and she's a cross country and track and field runner at Cooper. This girl pulls out her phone to show me a group chat with John, Alex, her, and a whole bunch of senior boys that ran cross country or track and field at Cooper. I'm like, oh, okay, well, it's cool when like teams are close like that. She starts going through the group chat and showing me pictures of me, screenshots from my Instagram, pictures the boys have took. I was freaked out because it was a Snapchat group chat and so many pictures were saved in chat, and they were dating back months and months and months. It was so incredibly crazy to me because I was a junior from a different school and I only knew two people in the group chat, which were Alex and John, and then a bunch of random boys I've never met. After I saw that group chat, I went and blocked all of the guys except, I think, John and the girl. I probably have way better stories I could tell in regards to things like that, but that was the first time in my life I was like, wow, people know who I am and are talking about me, and I don't know them. So yeah, thank you for watching my story time. If you have any stories like this, please let me know because I feel like this is relatively universal, especially in high school. And if you know who these people are, do not comment their names. But yeah, I love you all so much. Have a great day.
Guys, get ready with me to go to the tanning bed, but I'm gonna give a story time too. So get ready. I'm going to the tanning bed, so I'm not gonna put on makeup, but I'm gonna put on my skincare, you know. Okay, this is gonna be about my one friend who I got close with this year, who turned out to be really effing weird. So I'm actually not gonna use real names, so I'm gonna call her Marissa. When Marissa first, say the beginning of high school, Marissa didn't really talk to anybody. She didn't really have any friends. She had one friend, but her friends didn't go to our school. And she wrote a diss track on my entire school. And then she also, used to call me and my friend, fat. Oh my god. Fat and all this stuff. And everybody kind of just, knew Marissa was kind of mean. But, it was just her. We just ignored it. It was whatever. Fast forward, my eyes are wandering. Fast forward to this year, Marissa comes to the high school, and she's, very changed. She's actually very nice. She's being nice to people. She's just changed a lot, and everybody I got super close with her because we went to this, I went to this party, and she was there, and we talked, and, ever since that, we became really close. Oh my gosh. We became really close, and we got, tight. And she became close to, all my friends. Everybody loved her. And me and her, every time me and her would have a conversation, it would be about, we would always just talk about how we don't understand how people, you don't get with your friend's ex. You don't, just about how we thought, people who were home wrecking and all this stuff was disgusting. And I thought we were on the same page with that, but you'll see, yeah. Let me explain a different story I have with a guy. Me and him have been off and on since 8th grade. We've, hooked up. We've, hung out. Just, everybody knows me and this guy. I'll call him Corey. Me and Corey have been very close, off and on. And everybody kind of just knows he's off limits. He's been mine since 8th grade. Come on now. Even people I'm not friends with knows he's mine. Well, Marissa and her boyfriend 2 years break up. And we're at a party at her house, and I look at her and I said, "You can get with anybody, but Corey is off limits." The next morning, I'm pretty sure her and Corey cracked, but I'm not I'm not gonna get into it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure her and Corey cracked, but I asked, I said, "Did you guys crack?" She said, "No." I trust her because I'm a trusting person. And I'm like, okay, like, you didn't crack. Sounds good. Just wondering. If you did, I wouldn't have cared. Just don't lie to me. Whatever. We're doing this, like, walkathon thing at my school, like, a day at the track. And I'm talking to my other friend. And he's like, yeah, I don't know what's up with Corey. Like, every time he cracks a girl, he becomes really mean to her after. I was like, oh, who'd he crack? He goes, Marissa. I was like, okay. I texted Marissa after school. I said, hey, Marissa, did you crack Corey? Just wondering, like, did you crack Corey? I don't care, just don't lie. Like, I don't care, just don't lie. No, Phoebe, I would never do that to you. Like, what are you talking about? You're stupid. I was like, okay, whatever. Then I find out that she's at, like, functions, and anytime Corey talks about me, she says, no, not Phoebe, me. And, like, I'm just like, okay. Like, what? Okay, whatever. Like, I never dated him. Like, whatever. Just tell me the truth. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. Then, like, a week passes, and I get to my friend's house, and all my friends are here, and my friend goes, guess what the boys just texted me? Like, who, what? Marissa texted Corey or whoever and said that she only hangs out with, like, me and my other one friend because she mogs us. Shit. And I'm, like, just like, what? Like, Marissa's my girl. Like, what are you talking about? And the thing about Marissa is, very good friend. A guy shows up, terrible person. Like, terrible friend. You know what I mean? And the thing is, too, like, her boyfriend cheated on her, and she was hurt, and she knows what it feels like to get cheated on, and she would, like, hook up with guys who have girlfriends and stuff. I'm just like, come on. You know how it feels to get cheated on. Why are you doing this? Like, you know what I mean? And also, just, like, you're my friend. Why would you say that? But that's not even the good part yet. So that day, me, my friend, and my 2 other friends who, like, we were all hanging out, and she is blowing up our phones, like, where's the invite? Mind you, we've hung, like, she was having a party that night at her own house without, like she was having a party at her house anyway. Also, me and those girls have always been close. We just started, like, talking to her more this year, so it was just, like, I don't know, we didn't really think anything of it. And also, she was having a party. Like, she was already having a party. And also, that was the day that we found out she sent text and said, like, she mogs us. That's another reason why I was just like, meh, not tonight. Then the next day, we have a group chat. We have, like, 50 group chats. In one of our group chats, she sends a video of her singing the song Act Up. And it's like, I ain't got time for you fake-ass hoes. Talking out loud in the fake-ass clip. And, like, that whole part. She sends it. Not that, though. My friend Kylie, not her name, my friend Kylie and her boyfriend had just broken up, like, that week, the night before they were together, and he was telling her he missed her and stuff. We get a snap from Marissa. Marissa's with Kylie's ex. What the fuck? So Kylie texts our group chat and says, you know what, fuck you both, whatever. Kylie said that, I don't know who I said. Marissa texts the group chat back, and she's like, he don't want you no more, he's over here with me, you guys broke up, you can't control what I do. What? What? This is all in a group chat, too. And, like, Kylie's hurt. I mean, they were dating for a while. And now Marissa and Kylie's ex-boyfriend hang out every day. Yeah. Yeah. And, like, let me explain something, too. When I first got with Wyatt, there was a girl from my school he dated, like, previously. And I did not post him at all or anything until, like, I knew, like, she was completely over it, because I didn't want, like, I wasn't that close to her, but I didn't want her to be like, like, I didn't post him, I didn't talk about him or anything until, like, I knew everything was completely over with. Like, not over with, but, like, she was completely over it. And it's just, like, and Kylie said to Marissa, she's like, you don't do that to a friend, though. And Marissa was like, you guys are broken up, I can do whatever I want. And it's just like, what are you talking about, girl? Like, what? And then the next morning, she tried to text all of us, like, it was, like, she tried to text me, like, it was normal. She's like, I just don't want you to hate me. And I was like, you just disrespected, like, my friend so bad. Like, I just, like, the way I'm explaining does not sound that bad. It was crazy. Like, I wish you guys were all in my group chat. And I was just like, wow. Like, Kylie kept it very classy, and she was just like, you know what, fuck you both, gross, you guys are gross, do what you want. Marissa was like, he don't want you no more, like, I don't know, it was definitely not something I was used to. Wait, I don't know what I ended the video on, but I was, like, rewatching it, and I forgot to add, like, 2 nights before, Kylie was crying to Marissa about this man, and, like, it's just, like, And also another thing, the Marissa and Corey thing, like, before anyone's like, well, you're mad at her, but not the man, like, me and Corey, like, weren't talking, and I would never talk to him again, like, I mean, I'm over it now, like, it was just, like, the fact that me and him have talked for so long, and I was just like, girl, and, like, in the beginning of the school year, we were talking again, before I got with, Wyatt, and 2, just, like, I don't know, like, I just feel like your dream man, the man you love the most, should never be someone your friend was with first. You know what I mean? Like, it should just never be, like, there are so many other people out there. You can find somebody who is not your friend's ex, your friend's like, you can find somebody in the world who is not somebody your friend has been with. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'm done. I'm just very sad about this because she was my close friend. I would not have expected this out of her.
Was a homewrecker this weekend and I didn't fucking know. So if you're dating somebody named Kate Rook who lives in Seattle and is a pilot, I'm so sorry to be the bearer of bad news. This weekend I was in Seattle and I went to a Let's Talk About It event. It was like their 10K celebration or something like that, and so me and my friend decided to go. We get there pretty late at around like 9:25. Our first time ever going to one of these events, and we got some drinks, and then we go chat with some people on the dance floor, and the vibes are great. Eventually my friend found somebody who she like kind of thought was cute and started chatting to this person, and so I had finished my drink by then and I was like, I want another one, I'm way too sober for this establishment. Get in line to get a drink, and the line is like really long, so like I'm there, I'm waiting, and you know, I just don't feel like being the one to talk to anybody first. Like, I'm just not gonna do that. While I'm waiting in line, this girl taps me on the shoulder, and I turn around, and she's like, is there like an event going on here? And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, it's a lesbian event. You know, she seemed super like confused. She looked straight, not gonna lie, but also looked a little gay. So I was kind of like, she's not totally in the wrong place. Tells me that she was like just in her apartment chilling and she was hungry, so she went to go get a hot dog, and then she saw a lot of people here at this specific bar. Keep in mind, there are so many bars on this strip, so many bars on this like this road. We're in Cap Hill, so she came into this one on purpose, is my thinking. At the time though, I didn't think that, you know, I thought that she actually like just stumbled upon here and she was being like funny and it was just a coincidence or something. She's like, oh my god, like, I was like, yeah, it's an event, like the Let's Talk About It, that's the people who like put on the event. And she's like, do they have a page? And I was like, yeah. So I like pull out my phone, I pull out my Instagram, and I'm like showing her, and she's like, oh, like I think I follow them, like I've gone to their events. And I'm like, oh, okay, so this girl is gay. I'm like, okay, cool. And then she's like talking to me, like she's hitting on me very clearly. We get drinks and we go, and I take her back to the table that I'm sitting at with my friend, and my friend's talking to this other girl. We sit down and she starts asking me a lot more questions. We start getting to know each other a little bit. She tells me she's a pilot, which is super cool. I know a lot about pilot stuff because my ex-boyfriend is gonna be a pilot. And so, you know, I started asking her questions. She's like, wow, you actually do like know a lot about this. And I'm like, yeah, I had a friend who is in that field. Then we somehow start talking about siblings, and she tells me that she is a twin and she has 2 other younger sisters. And I'm like, oh, like I'm the oldest of 5 kids. Like, we're just talking about, like, she's from Dallas, Texas, and stuff. And we start talking about traveling. Like, obviously she's a pilot. And she tells me that she just recently got back from London. And I was like, oh, like, really cool. Like, what's in London? And she's like, oh, like, my sister lives there. And I was like, oh, that's super cool. Right? Like, I thought nothing of it. The bar that the event was being hosted was kind of like dying down, so we decided to go to somewhere else, and there is a like lesbian bar down the street. It's called like Ruby Rose. It's Wild Roses, I think, not Ruby Rose, something like that. I'm not from Seattle, so like I'm not super familiar with the names. I think we were at St. John's. Then we went to go find Wild Rose. We get to Wild Rose and the line is really, really fucking long. But the girl that I'm with, she knew the bouncer, so she got us in, like skipped the line, didn't even have to pay the cover fee. So I was like, that's so cool, hot, and sexy. While we're like still all hanging out, like she's like flirting with me and I like don't know, like I'm like, okay, like she's cute, not super my type, but like also I'm just here for a good time. Then I kind of decide like, okay, I'm just gonna have fun. And so we get in line in there to get drinks and I'm like, I'm gonna buy her a drink because my friend's buying me one. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna buy this girl a drink. And I buy her a drink. We go to the dance floor. The shit's popping as fuck. We're all dancing. I'm dancing with my friend a lot because that was the first time her and I had went to a club, like, together. So it was, like, really fun. And it was a lesbian club. We are dancing. I'm, like, we're still all talking. And then time passes by and she's like, do you want a drink? And I was like, yeah. Like, because I finished the one I already had. And she's like, okay, like, I'll be right back. She goes to the restroom. She comes back. And I was dancing with my friend, and I turn around, and, like, she's with the girl that my friend is, like, trying to hit at. Or, like, they're talking. The girl that I'm with is showing her, like, photos from her London trip. And as she's scrolling, I, like, look at her phone. I'm not supposed to be looking, but, like, I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. I see a picture of, like, two girls right next to each other. It's, like, her and this other girl. Very, like, more romantic-y. Like, they're a couple. And I say, like, that looks like a girlfriend. And she, like, scoffs, turns off her phone and is like, just like she got caught. At this point, I'm kind of like way too drunk to even like realize what I just saw. And so I kind of quickly forget about it. And then she goes to buy me more drinks. And while we're in line, my friend's like talking to her and she's like, yeah, my type is like femme Mexican girls. And like, that's me. And she was like, and then she like grabbed me by my waist. Like she was being very touchy, like she's being very super flirty, which I liked, I was enjoying. After she buys me a drink, the vibes kind of get a little weird. We all head back to the dance floor and it's the four of us and I'm dancing with my friend and I'm dancing with her. And at one point she's like, I'll be right back. And I'm like, okay, cool. Like, right, go to the restroom. I don't care. I didn't say that though. About 10 minutes passes and I realized that she hadn't came back yet. And I'm like, where is she? And so I decide to go to the Instagram because we had exchanged Instagrams outside. This girl blocked me and I was like, oh my God. And I asked the other girl that she was showing the London pictures to, I was like, hey, like, did she block you? Yeah. Yep. And I was like, I think she had a fucking girlfriend. And like, she realized I had seen and like got fucking worried or something. And I was like, she said she went to London to see her sister. And this girl's like, she said she went to London to go fuck a girl. And I was like, what the fuck? I don't fuck with cheating. So I was so fucking pissed. I try to go find her. And I'm like, I know she fucking left. She dipped. So I go outside and I'm like talking to the bouncer. Turns out this is the bouncer that like she knows. And I'm like, hey, have you seen a girl with like a denim jacket? Like, and she's like, oh, Kate? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, yeah, she left. I was like, oh, like, okay, well, she was kind of up all on me the entire night, flirting with me, and I think she has a girlfriend. And the bouncer's like, well, she does have an ex-wife. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, I don't know. But she does have pictures on her Instagram of her and this girl, like, really close, and she just went to London to go see this girl. Super sketchy. Yeah, so that is my story time of this week, and I have another one, but I don't want to post it because I'm talking to the girl. But really crazy. I was accidentally a homewrecker, and I'm so sorry. I also have a screenshot of her Instagram account if you, like, want some more proof. Yeah, I'm sorry. But, hope it works out.
Hi besties, it's Riley, and I want to tell you about how I literally choked meeting my boyfriend's family for the first time. Not like choked like I choked up and didn't speak. No, like choked like my boyfriend had to do the Heimlich on me at his graduation dinner in front of his whole family. We're sitting at this beautiful steakhouse, so nice, so fancy, in Lexington, Kentucky. He graduated with his master's, and this was my first time meeting his family. I was very excited. I made him this beautiful gift. It was incredible. Like, there's 9 of us at this table, and we're having these $50 delicious steaks, and I'm sitting there and I take my 4th bite of steak. Like, I just got started, I'm barely there, and it didn't go down right. So I get a drink of water, right? Just get a drink of water. I swallow. Ooh, that water didn't go anywhere. gonna try that a second time. Second time, no, water didn't move. Third time, I'm sputtering. I'm spitting out water at the table. And Colin goes, Riley, are you okay? I just shake my head. He goes, well, that's not what I wanted to hear. And at this point, I'm hitting his leg. Like, I could not breathe, could not speak. I'm CPR certified. I'm a mom of 4. And I panicked. And his mom goes, Colin, do you know how to do the Heimlich? And he goes, nope. Stands up and starts doing it on me anyway. His graduation dinner, first time meeting his family, full Heimlich. Luckily, I was a lady about it. I'm not spitting steak across the restaurant. Like, I had a napkin there. Like, it was so discreet that not a single restaurant server noticed. And I had a napkin, and somehow we dislodged it. And what felt like a 10-minute ordeal, I'm certain was only like 30. But we did get to the point where we laughed about it, because what else do you do in the most mortifying situation I've ever been in? But we did kind of laugh about it, and it was like, fine. I didn't eat my steak anymore. I survived. My boyfriend literally saved my life, and his family was incredible. But it was such a good reminder, like, as I laugh about it now, because what else do you do? It was also such a reminder, like, I have 4 kids, and I've gotten so comfortable with them because they are all older. Now, I don't worry about them choking as much as I did when they were babies, but, like, I'm 31, and I fully choked on a piece of steak, and it was silent, and it still happened to me as an adult. And it was such a good reminder for me to be like, this can still happen. You can't get lax in it. I survived. Thank you to my boyfriend. It was extremely traumatic, but a memory for sure.
Okay, I'm back with another Hooters story. This one is honestly quite terrifying and honestly just highlights Hooters as a whole. All right, let me take y'all back 4 years ago. I was 17 years old. I was a hostess. Anyways, it was a Sunday, it was game day, Jags were playing. Restaurant was absolutely freaking packed. People are going crazy, people are drinking. There's this table sitting right in front of the host stand, and it's a group of men, probably like mid-30s. Mind you, one of these men had already asked me how old I was, and I told him that I'm 17. So I'm leaning over the host stand, like checking out like our, little chart and everything. This man from that table comes up behind me, and all I feel is a hand going down my pants. I literally fucking freeze. I'm like terrified. Literally right then, this was all Jesus. The phone rings. So I quickly position myself around the host stand. I answer it and I'm like, oh, they need to talk to my manager. I sprint in the back. Mind you, this man was putting his hands down my pants to tip me $4 at that. Not okay if it was even $1,000, but at that. I go into the back, I'm ranting to my manager. I'm like, dude, this just happened. Like, I'm fucking terrified. I don't know what to do. Like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. My manager, he's holding a bunch of plates. He drops all of the plates. He screams, I'm so fucking tired of this shit. He goes out to their table, grabs this man by his fucking collar. He's like, you and your fucking buddies get the fuck out. I don't give a fuck about your tab. Literally takes him, drags him, and like throws him onto the fucking, like, our deck. Mind you, this manager's an ex-Marine. Like, he was not playing any fucking games. Their tab was like $300 too. He did not give a fuck. Anyways, fast forward like 2 or 3 weeks later, this same man has his 90-year-old great uncle. Mind you, he was trespassed. So they parked like far as fuck away from the restaurant because that man couldn't be in the parking lot. He has his 90-some-odd-old great uncle who can't even walk, hobble over to our restaurant to try to talk to our general manager to get him unbanned. I was there, and the manager's like sitting down at a booth talking with this like 90-year-old man. My manager calls me over, and he's like holding me like by the arm, and he's like, imagine this was your daughter, your granddaughter, and some creep, some pervert went and put his hands down his pants, and you're really gonna sit up here and try to ask me to get him unbanned? I should ban you too. It was, bro, honestly, so clutch of my med managers for being about that, as they should have been. That shouldn't even be shocking to me, but it is. And yeah, that man never popped up again, obviously. I wasn't really like traumatized by it or anything. I was scared in the moment because I was like, hi, like what's about to happen? But I still stayed there for another fucking 4 years after that. Thankfully, that's like the only bad essay like situation that really happened there for me. The other girls probably have stories for days for you. Like it's ridiculous. Not to add, this man also had a wedding ring on per fucking usual there, but...
Okay, so it's story time, so grab your nearest snack and just sit the fuck down. Okay, this story includes 3 people. Me, my so-called homegirl, and my homeboy. Now, how did they get together? Because of me. Back in March, my homeboy had a birthday thingy thing at the bowling alley. I brought 2 of my friends. She was one of the friends that I brought. He was like, yo, who's that? Got them in touch. They was in touch ever since then. But before then, they would have never even known each other existed. Never heard of each other, never seen each other on social media, nothing like that. Okay, cool. So, you know, she's at my house a couple times and, you know, she's asking like, so how's y'all's relationship? How did y'all meet? And I'm telling her like, we've known each other for a very long time. There is years to our relationship. I know a lot of the stuff that he's been through. He knows a lot of my business. And everything was cool. Now, being that I put them in touch with each other, I wasn't going to be blowing his phone up. Mind you, I don't even talk to him on a regular. He's one of my friends, but we check in periodically, like, hey, how you been? Stuff like that. There's never anything other than that. Nobody's spamming with text messages or FaceTime calls. That's just not our dynamic. Okay, so now we're in May, right? May 12th to be exact. I get a text from him, and I think at the time my phone may have been on like do not disturb, but he had tried to call me. And so I call him back. He's like, bro, let me tell you about this. Now, mind you, a few days before, I had texted him about something personal, but it involved a person that me and him both knew. Mind you, we've known each other since elementary school, middle school. Like, we know mutual people. She's from a whole different city. So, and mind you, little background about me and her relationship. We just hung out that same day at the bowling alley. That was the first time I had ever hung out with her. I had never been close with her. I didn't even meet her for real. I just knew of her back in high school because she was dating one of my homeboys. But we were never, I wouldn't have considered her a friend. She was just somebody that I knew because she was dating my homeboy. And we followed each other on social media. You know, it was a little like replies to your stories and stuff like that, but never any type of deep conversation unless it was about the dude that she was dealing with at the time, which so happened to be my homeboy. So yes, a few days before May 12th, I texted him something and I knew that he would understand why I was sending that to him, right? So May 12th comes and he's like, bro, why is she still stuck on what you texted me? Like, she's tripping, talking about something. If that was anybody else, I would have been cut her off. Y'all, please excuse her. She just ate a pup cup and she's just hyperventilating. But he was saying that she was saying if it was anybody else, I would have been cut her off. That's just weird. Why would she not text me about it? And I'm on a FaceTime like phone call, like what? Mind y'all, I had just got off of work, fresh, just got in the car. Like, huh? And this is all news to me. And I'm just like, well, like I told him, if she felt any type of way, she could have came to me about it. And I get that y'all are in an intimate relationship. But yet again, if I'm supposed to be your so-called friend, if you felt any type of way or felt like I was weird for what I texted him and felt like I should have included you for some reason when you wouldn't have, you don't even know the person that we was talking about. So that doesn't make any sense to me. And maybe you felt left out, but that was a conversation that we could have had instead of sending your man to come talk to me. That's weird. Not even talk to me. He's literally talking about you. Like, what? He's all like, oh, she's so emotional, bro. She's just tripping. Like, I don't know, man. Like I didn't ask to hear this information. So as soon as I got off the phone with him, what did I do? I called her immediately. I'm not one, listen, I don't do the back and forth. He said, she said, I don't care. I want to know what the fuck did you say? Okay. Called, didn't get an answer. So I text. And this is what so-and-so told me. I'm going to clear this up right now. And the reason why I didn't text you is because we're not that close like that. We haven't even been able to really build the friendship for real. So, no, I didn't involve you in my personal business. I got no text back. Okay, so what did I end up doing? I ended up removing her from a group chat that she was in with some of my friends. And I ended up unfollowing her because I'm not going to give you 1,000 business days to come around and talk to me. Like, yes, now Kat is out the bag and I'm a very direct type of person. Like, if that was a private conversation that y'all had between each other, then he should have respected you and left it at just that. And we could have been perfectly fine because I would have never known about it. But the fact that he came to me about it, it was making it out like you were calling me oh so weird. And if I was anybody else, you would have been cut me off. I can beat you to it. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's very weird. I did text her. I said, if that's the way that you're talking about me behind closed doors, then I don't think that we should be friends. I don't want to be friends with anybody who may assume that I'm weird and can't come to me and talk to me. And mind you, all of this happened on May 12th. So time goes by. I texted her yesterday, like, hey, how are you? Checking in because I'm not going to act like I didn't care about her. And if I unintentionally hurt someone's feelings, of course, like, that was not my intentions at all. But I also gave you the opportunity to speak for yourself and stop having this man come and talk to me for you. I don't want to hear that. And he's messy to begin with to even be sharing your business that you went to him in a vulnerable state. He shared it with me now, so maybe check your nigga and not check me. So she responds to my message of how are you with a novel, y'all, a novel. And she's all like, you cut me off for no reason. You really showed your ass. Da-da-da. It was a whole big misunderstanding. And I just hate how you didn't try to understand it. How am I going to understand something that you don't even respond to? But she read it though. When I texted her on May 12th saying my piece about it, read the message, and I didn't hear from you. So what did I do? I went and removed you from being around me like anybody else would. I'm not just going to sit up here and be like, oh yeah, she calling you weird, and you just going to be in a group chat with us looking at our plans and lurking and just popping up out of nowhere. No ma'am. Well, her explanation was he reached out to me because he was trying to convince her to reach out to me on her own. And I don't know what he got out, but like that doesn't make sense to me because, okay, you wanted him to reach out to me and then expected me not to say anything after he literally was saying that you're calling me weird. And then she was like, I don't like confrontation, and honestly, like I just needed time to process it, and I wasn't going to even speak on it after like I dealt with it. And I'm like, hell, well, to be so non-confrontational for you to send a whole novel back doesn't make much sense to me. Like it seems like you knew everything that you were going to say, but yet the cat was out the bag and now it kind of forced you to say something, right? But that's not on me. Like I said, check your nigga, not me. And she definitely was throwing like little lit comments like, oh, that's why you can't keep no friends. For one, you don't know anything about me. You hung out with me that one time at the bowling alley and like a little bit of that weekend and stuff, and we have had small conversations. But if you think I can't keep no friends, I'll tell you one thing, yeah, I don't keep weird ones. I'm big on respect, and I'm a very direct person. If you have something to say, please come say it to me. And if I find out it was said, best believe I'm coming to you. There's no hiding. We don't hide around here. Like, so my whole takeaway about this whole thing is I think they're just two immature people because, for one, I am in the middle of all this. Your man came to me spilling your business, but it just so happened to be about me, and I'm a very direct person. I'm not just going to hear something about me like, oh, you calling me weird, and I'm not going to say anything about it, because then that you could question me as a friend because your man just came to me with your personal business that you asked him not to share, right? So if I didn't come to you about it, you would have never even known that he told me. So can I get an applause for being a real one and letting you know that your nigga is spilling the beans? But no, sometimes people get so wrapped up into guys where they try to fault the girl when I ain't done nothing wrong. I was put in the middle of this. Y'all could have kept y'all business to yourself, so maybe watch who you sleep with. So yeah, y'all, that's everything. Let me know what y'all think about that. Like, honestly, I feel like I handled it the best way and I feel like if you were a real one, you would have done the same shit. I'm not just gonna hear, oh, my so-called friend. Like, no, if I hear that it's nipped in the bud straight like that, I don't want you around me. I feel like this life that we live is very precious. My time is not to be played with. If that's how you want to speak about me behind closed doors and you make comments like that, then you do not deserve to be around me in any type of way. You have came into my home. You have met my people. You shouldn't be in here no more. That is just simple like that. If you want to call me weird, stay on that side. But don't get mad because I addressed you about it. And if you're non-confrontational, then maybe don't talk about people behind their back. Okay, so this is part 2. I posted part 1 right before this video, but basically my homeboy, I put him on one of my friends, and now everything is just fucked. Basically, he told me a private conversation that they had, but in that private conversation, I was brought up, and she was saying that I was weird and this and the third. And honestly, I think that's why he brought it up to me. And then I addressed her about it, and she decided not to say anything at all. So I cut her off. Now, I told y'all the conversation that I had with her. Now, addressing the conversations that I've had with him. May 12th is when he came to me. He called me and was like, bro, I got to tell you about this, and told me everything that was going on, right? It was an 8-minute phone call. After that phone call, immediately after I called her, I sent her 2 text messages. She read the messages and I never got a response, right? Okay, cool. So I decided to cut her off. I did not appreciate the things that I said. I gave you the opportunity to speak for yourself. We are all grown adults, and if you cannot be a grown adult, then maybe do not talk about people behind their backs. And then a few days later, I get a text message from him, and he's all like, this was just a whole big misunderstanding. This could have been talked about over ice cream, trying to downplay it. And I know my homeboy well enough. I knew that they were together, and I knew that he was trying to do damage control, but it's just too late for that. And for one, maybe you just should have let her handle the situation however she wanted to handle it. But the second you reached out to me and told me what was going on, I had every right to stand up for myself just like anyone else. So a few days later, he's trying to do damage control and this and a third. I knew they were together. I knew that, okay, this is somebody that you're intimate with. Of course, you're going to have her back, but I'm going to also have my back as well. And I wasn't hearing that. So like I said in last story time, I just reached out to her yesterday because, yet again, I'm trying to give everybody a fair opportunity to speak for themselves. I'm tired of hearing from my homeboy that's supposed to be your man. Why is he telling your business? So addressing conversations that I've had with my homeboy, I text him and I said, for future reference, do not tie me into any private conversations. If you are dealing with somebody who is your intimate partner, you're supposed to be taking them serious, and they tell you, their thoughts that they're having in their head, but they say, I don't want to go to that person right now, kind of want to keep it private, trying to process, then that's something that you need to respect. Because I'm hearing stuff from him, but let alone, he could be exaggerating what she's saying or making up things that wasn't even said. And I don't think that's fair to her at all, but I think that's something that they needed to address, and I think that was the meat of the issue. What I had to say had nothing to do with him telling your business. I would not have found out about y'all's private conversations and the stuff that you were saying behind my back about me had he not come to me about it. So maybe check your nigga, okay? So overall, it's a messy situation, and I don't appreciate neither one of them. Honestly, I think he just should have stayed in his place. Sometimes you got to let girls be girls, and if she wanted to say something, I guess she would have. Don't really know, but regardless, I think if someone's not meant to be in my life, what's done in the dark will come to the light, and you don't have to tell other people's business for them. So I think taking some accountability, would be nice, but they're young. People have to grow up. You have to learn that the things that you say have consequences. If you're talking about me, I have every right, just like anyone else, to defend myself. If you don't want to clear stuff up, okay, I'm not going to keep you around though. It's just personal respect for myself. I don't want anybody in my circle who is moving a little weird. And if you don't operate like that, then obviously I can see why we don't align. So yeah, y'all, that's the whole situation. And honestly, my mom taught me this. Okay, I would never forget my mom said, sometimes you have to let crazy be crazy, weird be weird, and let it be. You can't change everybody. Some people, they frontal lobe still need to develop, and they have to understand how to treat people and how to keep people in their lives, because moving that way, you will lose a lot of people. You just can't be talking about people behind their back and thinking they'll never find out. And just because you're talking about it to a person who's your intimate partner, it's still right to say. It's not. If you feel some way about your friend, go to your friend. But yeah, somebody said they like the story time, so if I have any other mess to tell y'all, I will.
When I was in 8th grade, my social studies teacher gave me his number and we texted for months. Story time. So I've never told this story before. Anybody that I have on here that went to middle school with me is gonna know exactly who I'm talking about. But that's okay, he probably needs to be investigated anyways. Okay, so let's get into it. So it was my 8th grade year, obviously. This was his first year teaching. I think he was 26 and he was engaged. They're married now. So anyways, throughout the year, I just kind of became like his teacher's pet, and everybody knew that part of it. And here's some things that like kind of led up to it, just like some context. So we would like fight like a couple. It was very, very weird. Like he would also give me referrals sometimes, but then he would take them back. I knew his phone passcode. I was like the one that would always get to sit in his chair, like his teacher's chair, because like those are always more comfortable, whatever. He also would give me the answers to tests sometimes. Like he would just like come up, behind me and be like, show me which one to put. So yeah, one time we were also on like a school field trip, and he like gave me his sunglasses or whatever and like let me wear them for the day. Just like little stuff like that, But nothing really happened like throughout the year. But on the last day of school is whenever, since I knew his phone passcode, I went on his Snapchat and I added myself. So yeah, he didn't notice until he went out for drinks that night with his other teachers, my other teachers. And he ended up texting me and just being like, we can't text, but I hope that, life treats you well, blah, blah, blah. But he kept texting me. He ended up showing me a picture of his muscles that night from being drunk, but didn't send me a picture of his six-pack, because that would be weird, right? So anyways, yes, it was me who initiated it, but he did entertain it. So anyways, just kind of started from there. We always said we were gonna meet up, and he told me he was gonna teach me how to drive. He told me that he was gonna take me out every year for my birthday, all this stuff, and we ended up just texting, I was actually insane, so I actually counted our messages one day, and we had texted over 100 times within a 24-hour period. And we would just be talking, flirting, just texting 24/7. How his wife never knew, I have no idea, honestly. But anyways, one of the things that kind of stuck out to me, I don't know why this did, but
like, because, you know, we would text all the time, just about everything. But I remember he was one of the first people that I opened up to about being essayed as a child. And I remember him telling me that made him really mad, and like he had to do push-ups because it made him so angry. So there was this one time with my friends, we went to the mall and he knew that I was going to be there, so he showed up and we just kind of had to act like, you know, we just ran into our old teacher. So come to find out, one of my friends actually was talking to another teacher. No idea how we ended up telling each other, but we just kind of did, and that was the only person I told at that time because she was going through the same thing. We're gonna call her Sarah, but I'm not gonna share any of the details because it's not my story to tell. I'm not gonna share what subject this teacher taught, anything like that. But we're gonna call the teacher she was talking to Tyler, and the teacher I was talking to Caleb. Okay, so anyways, so Tyler was talking to Sarah and I was talking to Caleb. And so, you know, we bonded over that a little bit more because obviously that's not the average thing that a teenager is doing at 13, 14 years old. So at some point, Sarah ended up telling Tyler about me and Caleb. No idea what brought that up, but yeah. So Tyler never told Caleb that he knew about it, at least as far as I know, but I do know that they were friends. And I didn't tell Caleb that Tyler knew until way ways. So their classrooms were really close to each other, and like also they were friends. So like, you know how whenever you plug your phone into a computer, it'll say like trust this computer, and sometimes you can see like stuff that's on people's phones or whatever. I don't know if it's still that way, but that's how it was whenever we were in school. Caleb needed to charge his phone, and he was, you know, just sitting in there talking to Tyler. So he asked him if he could charge his phone on that computer, and he ended up leaving the room. I don't know if he went to the bathroom or what, but Caleb ended up leaving the room at some point. So Tyler went through his phone to see like what kind of pictures he had on there, to see like what he was sending me. I don't know, it was just really weird. So yeah, anyways, me and Caleb ended up, you know, continuing to text. We never met up. We also talked on the phone sometimes. But yeah, we pretty much just ended up texting for the rest of the summer. He was getting married. I believe it was in September, so that's kind of when he like cut me off-ish, and like right before then it was kind of like getting serious, you know, like we weren't telling each other we loved each other, but we were pretty much saying everything but that. And I remember like the last time before he kind of like cut me off, he just told me, you know, I can't not get married or whatever. But yeah, he ended up moving that next school year 3 hours away. Don't know if that was because of me or not. Haven't talked to him since. He used to have me blocked on Facebook. I ended up making a new Facebook for a whole unrelated reason, but so that one's not blocked. But I do know that he has 2 kids now, I think. I don't know, still married to that girl. So yeah, it was weird because he told me all this stuff about whenever I turned 18. Obviously none of that happened because we don't talk anymore, but it was just weird. And whenever he cut me off, you know, I thought this was the love of my life at the time. I was 14, 13, I don't even remember. And so your girl was really hurt. I was bumping the keep bleeding, keep bleeding. I was bumping that, okay? But moral of the story, just want to add on, please speak up. Because that is not okay. Now I'm 25 and I know that's not okay, but at the time I literally thought this man was the love of my life.
I don't normally make reviews like this or videos like this, but I feel like it's time to tell my story about why I had to buy a second wedding dress a week before I leave for my wedding. So if you're a bride in the New York, New Jersey area, um, thinking about getting married soon, looking for your dress, you might want to watch this video. It's in direct reference to a place in New Jersey called Casa Couture. So I went dress shopping in November of 2025 for my upcoming wedding in June 2026. We're actually eloping in Venice, so it's super low-key, but it is a destination wedding still.
A lot of planning has gone into it, and I definitely knew to abide by the bridal timelines. Ordered my dress. I had a last minute, not a last minute, but end of the day appointment. And although my stylist at the time, she was great in the appointment, I do feel that because it was like the end of the day, it was kind of just like, okay, pick a dress and here's the paperwork, sign it, pay for it, and let's get you out of here. And also after the fact, she had mentioned, any questions, any concerns, please, reach out to me. And I had, and every single time I had a question, it would have been ignored, or I had to ask 2 to 3 weeks. She would have forgotten about it. So that was kind of just like a stressful process too, when you're waiting all this time for a very expensive wedding dress to come in. So my wedding dress finally came in for me to be able to pick up from Castle Couture in April of 2025. I mean, sorry, of 2026 this year, 2 months ago. And so when I went to go pick it up, even on the phone, the people in alterations were very rude to me. When I got there, they were extremely rude to me. They just were like, okay, go into that room. And I'm like, okay, what do I do? I've never bought a wedding dress before. I've never tried on my wedding dress after purchasing it before, so I really didn't know what to do. After I asked, hey, what do I do? She's just like, okay, just put the dress on. I was alone. My family lives out of state, so and a lot of my friends live out of state, so it was just me for a lot of these appointments. Actually, all of the appointments. So after trying to put on my dress, it was so big that it quite literally, I'm not exaggerating, could have fit two of me. Minimum two of me. So I asked, hey, can you guys just like clip this? I mean, I know that they come bigger, you're supposed to get them altered. Again, I didn't realize that this was not normal. This is not how big it should be. Alterations should be minimal alterations, especially when you think they're ordering a dress that they took your measurements, they're ordering it to your size, and they're ordering it, based on their charts and size charts and the designer, which they're responsible for. Again, I'm the bride, I'm the customer. I have no idea what you're ordering, what you're telling me, what my size is. I'm going based off of everything you're telling me. So when I had asked for it to be clipped, I was point blank said no. Told no. And so I was just like kind of taken aback by that. And the girl was so rude. I was like, well, is there a manager I could speak to see if like somebody can help me? And finally one of the seamstresses came out and she overheard that. And so she started pinning me up. And even the seamstress was like kind of taken back by how big this dress was on me. So, because of my experience there during my pickup of my dress and in the alterations department, I decided to not get my alterations done there. I live in Staten Island, about 40 minutes from Castle Couture. Um, if you know this area, you have to pay a lot of tolls to go back and forth. And then I also have a infant son. So it's not that easy for me to drive 40 minutes back and forth to an alterations appointment to begin with. So I decided to find a local seamstress with good reviews, good reputation to be able to alter my dress. Again, at this point, I didn't realize how badly my dress was misordered in the wrong size. Um, until I started going around to seamstresses and them literally laughing in my face, laughing when I mentioned the name Castle Couture, and telling me that this isn't the first time and how they refuse to work on my dress because of how large it is and how much work it would need to get to be done in order for it to fit me. Mind you, this is in April. My wedding is in June. I now have only a couple weeks to my wedding to the point where I'm trying to figure out who's going to alter my dress. I finally found a seamstress in April who agreed to alter my dress for $1,100. Now, although I am upset with that seamstress, I do truly believe they are not at fault in this scenario because of the sheer amount of work that needed to be done to basically reconstruct this dress to fit me. Because of the way the bodice is, because of the way the skirt was, um, it needed to be reconstructed. And they essentially have destroyed the dress in the process of trying to alter it and reconstruct it to fit me. As a result, based on my last fitting, my alterations appointment, it just seemed like there was no way that I was going to be able to wear that dress. We leave in a couple days. We're getting eloped in Italy, and our flight leaves on Sunday night. So today is Monday. So I had to go yesterday to Kleinfeld to find a new dress. So thankfully, I was able to find a new dress that fits me pretty well. Um, Obviously, it's not my first choice. It's not my dream dress. It's not the dress that I've planned my entire wedding elopement around. My fiance's outfit, my son's outfit, my, my maid of honor, my best friend. Everything has been planned around that dress. Um, and unfortunately, I looks like I'm not going to be able to wear that dress. And again, this all comes down to the service and lack thereof care at Castle Couture, because there's no reason why I'm going to different people who never met each other, never met me, never know my story. And I mention Castle Couture and they tell me that they've had a similar experience, or they scoff, or they make a stink face, because the reputation there is just, had I known before I went there, I would have never gone. So I guess the point of this video is really just to, tell my story and to warn other brides um, that are getting married about what could possibly happen. Again, I'm just one person. I don't know if this is every single person, but the people that I've encountered, again, everyone I've mentioned this to, it seems like this is a common occurrence. So that is enough for me to come and tell my story, because now I am thousands and thousands of dollars in the hole, and I technically, as of this moment, have 0 dresses that fit me, because I just had to take the new one that I bought from Kleinfeld to get altered, and that's a whole nother expense, a whole nother $500. So just in alterations, I'm in for $1,500 on top of the cost of the dresses, which I'm not going to say how much my dresses cost, but they were in the thousands. And now it's just, I have no dress, and I'm getting married in 2 weeks, and we leave in a couple days. So that's my story. If it helps you, it helps you. But yeah, honestly though, Castle Couture.
Let's debrief my Saturday night afters, where some girl tried to fight me and my friend, and let's just say it turned into a shit show. So Saturday night was the Luke Combs, Ty Myers, Dierks Bentley concert in Neyland Stadium. We went back to the Bean after. We had so much fun. Like, the night was just so high, and I was like, everything is going so well. Like, it's gonna continue going well. I was wrong. So by the time I get to the post game, it's probably 2:30, I would think. It's good up until about an hour and a half in. I'm kind of leaning over this island. So a bunch of these girls are around the island, me, my friend Kate, one of her other friends, and we're all just kind of leaning over, listening to the music, talking, whatever. There's a girl across from us who I have no idea who she is. I don't know who came with her. I don't know anything. So initially she seemed super sweet. Like, I had no problems with her because I didn't know her. So I always give everyone the benefit of the doubt. We're talking, friendly, who are you, blah, blah, whatever. I don't even remember her name. I don't even care enough to be honest, okay? She offers me and Kate a shot, and we're both like, no, it's okay, no. And she's like, oh, don't be boring, like, take the shot. Keep in mind, she now has triple sec, which a normal bottle of alcohol is 80% proof, 40% ABV, something like that. You get the point. 40% alcohol, right? And so triple sec is a liqueur. It's not a liquor. We mix it in with, like, our lemon drops, Sex on the Beach, like, different drinks. She's taking shots of that, and not only is she taking shots of that, she's pouring it into other people's drinks. She grabbed a Mick Ultra can, poured it in. She grabbed a Buzz Ball, like one of those coffee chocolate, I don't know what it is, I don't remember, but she grabbed one of those that was probably had this much left in it, put triple sec in there. She grabbed a long drink, put triple sec. I was like, why would I drink that? Not only do I not want to drink already, but now you think I'm going to drink it mixed with all this of people's drinks I don't know. Me and Kate just continue to say no. We're not doing anything else. We're just like, no, we're good. And then she continues to be like, you guys are boring, you guys are lame, blah, blah, blah. I'm used to it. I don't care. She and her friend end up taking her shots, again, from the Tito's bottle, half with the triple sec. I don't even know. I wasn't paying that much attention. Once again, I don't care about you. She leaves the table for maybe 5 minutes max. Max 5 minutes. So, of course, we're still in the same position, Kate and I, right? Okay. She comes back, and immediately, energy shifts. She comes back, and she goes, so both of you are rude as... Like, you guys need to leave. I'm sitting here... I barely even have my eyes up and looking at her because I'm still just paying attention to Kate and I's conversation. She goes again, because we're like, who is she talking to? She goes again, she's like, you guys, I tried to get you a shot. You guys are being rude. You're so rude. You need to leave. Like, you can leave. I'm going to stay, but you guys can go. Keep in mind, I'm not, if anyone's leaving, it's not me. I know everybody here. I'm friends with everybody here. I don't know you. Which means if I don't know you, you probably don't come here enough to be making decisions. So how about we pipe down? I'm looking up and I'm looking at Kate and I go, is she fucking talking about us? Like, that scene in Euphoria is like, is this fucking play about us? I swear to God. I looked at her, I was like, is she talking about us? And she's like, I think so. And I was like, okay, turn back, all right? And I said, I don't know what you're talking about, but you need to stop talking because you are so wrong. She starts talking over me, saying how we're rude, saying how we need to leave. Basically, like, starting to try to pick a fight with me. And Kate, as well, is just sitting here like, yeah, like, I don't know what you're talking about. We haven't even said anything to you. The most conversation we've had with this girl is that we said no to her drink. And all of a sudden, we're rude. And then she starts going, you were talking about me. I saw you guys talking about me, rolling your eyes. You're so delusional. You're so delusional. Also, if you're going to pick a fight, Kate and I are not people you want to pick a fight with. You weigh like 100 pounds with no muscle. Like, why are you trying to pick a fight? The situation starts escalating. One of her friends, I guess, who brought her, I found out later on, comes over and is like, what's going on? What's going on? Because we're not having a good time now. She goes, these girls are being so mean and so rude and they're yelling at me for no reason. Hands up in the air. Genuinely, she was like this. I look over. And if you're going to stand on business and at least stand on what you were saying before, I would have respected it. I still would be mad. We still would have fought and whatever. But for you to all of a sudden be little white girl victim, be like, these girls are just yelling at me and I didn't do anything. No, we're not doing that. So that gets me just, I went from calmer, kind of pissed off to just 100 times pissed off more. I was so done. I started getting in her face and being like, you're such a lying piece of shit. Keep in mind, all the guys are like, whoa, calm down. I'm like, you're such a liar. So now I'm just getting mad because there's no way you're going to sit here and act like you didn't do anything. We're on an island. We're on opposite sides of the island. The guys are trying to console her, saying like, okay, calm down, relax. Some guy's trying to get in the middle. I'm like, get out of this conversation. I don't know who you are. Get out of the conversation. I can fight my own battles and you're not helping. Leave. So she starts leaving, all right? The guy's trying to get her to go home. Because I'm just like, you do not, I literally said, I was like, you do not want to pick a fight with me. She's like, I'll fight, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Once again, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. She starts walking around the island. Keep in mind, I'm up now. So she starts walking around the island, just getting closer. And I'm like, what? Literally what? Like, are you going to do something? No. And if you, please swing. I'm actually waiting for it, okay? So she starts walking across the table, like around. She gets to about, I'd say, I'm in the middle of one side, and she's on that, like, opposite corner now. So she started directly across from me. Starts walking around all, like, buff and cute, whatever, thinking she's gonna swing. Her guy friends are, like, holding her back. And I'm just sitting here, like, no one's coming to protect me. They know I'm perfectly fine on my own. So the fact that you're getting pulled away because they know you will get your ass beat, like, those guys that were with her are some of my friends. They know damn well she's not gonna last. She'll get maybe a little swing and a half, a little cat punch in, okay? It's not ending well for her. Eventually, she ends up getting basically told to leave, escorted out. Okay, that's basically my little makeup and story time. Like, it wasn't anything that crazy, don't get me wrong, but just the audacity of this girl to try to fight me at the end of the longest night, the longest work week. It's a little chihuahua, all bark, no bite. She ain't gonna do stuff. So it is time for my little Wednesday night shift. I'm on outside bar. So I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Get ready with me when I tell you about my ex-boyfriend who was 71 backwards that cheated on me with someone that was 21 backwards. When I was 14 or 15, I really liked this guy that I saw around school. He was a grade above me, and I didn't really know much about him. All I know is that he had long hair, and I was, like, obsessed with skater boy looking guys, and I just wanted to talk to him. So it was summer going into my sophomore year of high school when we started dating, and everything seemed normal. Like, he seemed like a really good guy. His parents seemed really well put together. I wasn't really allowed to hang out with boys at, like, 2 a.m. during the summer, I would sneak out, aka he would ride his bike over here and we would sit outside of my side door and just talk until 5 a.m. Yeah, everything seemed pretty normal and I didn't really notice any big red flags. We dated for about 2.5 years, but at about 6 months into dating, I noticed he started to get pretty weird with his phone. He had a second Snapchat account that he told me he would post memes on. It was like called Fried Memes or something. But little did I know he was talking to a 12-year-old. I used to play guitar and I would go to lessons pretty frequently, about once a week. And I'm waiting for my guitar teacher to get ready with the previous lesson. And I get a notification on my phone from an Instagram account that I don't recognize. And all I see is, "Hey girly." So immediately I knew right away. He was sending her shirtless photos, him working out, bicep pictures, him flexing in the mirror, asking her if he could see her chest area. He was saying some pretty graphic things to this 12-year-old, and keep in mind, he was 16 going on 17. Telling her that they are the biggest he's ever seen, which made me very insecure because as a 15-year-old, I was pretty small there. He was telling her everything that he wanted to do to her, calling her sexy, just you can imagine. I don't want to go into too much detail because I don't want this video getting flagged. So I ended up confronting him, not in the best way. I mean, is there really a good way to confront him about this? I freaked out, I crashed out on him. As I should, though. He immediately goes into playing the victim. Throwing up, he's crying, he's going to hide himself. I'm a very empathetic person, and it really does get the best of me. So I immediately start getting anxiety because I'm like, if he himself, is this going to be my fault? I start to comfort him. Don't ask me why, because I still don't know why to this day. It's been like 6 years. Telling me sorry, that it meant nothing, he was just bored, he has low self-esteem, and needed extra validation from girls because I wasn't giving him enough. This immediately gets flipped onto me. I'm embarrassed. I don't even tell my parents how old this girl was because I was stupid. Why am I embarrassed? He should be embarrassed. We never did break up, and I ended up staying with him for another 2 years. We dated all the way up to my senior year of high school. This happened again, and he was graduated. He was 19, and I found out he was talking to a 14-year-old. So ultimately, that was my last straw. I couldn't do it anymore. He was mentally abusive. He would put his hands on me. I prayed to God for weeks to give me a sign to get me out of this relationship, and that's when I received a text that he was yet again talking to an underage girl. So I broke up with him, and I never looked back, and now he's a woman beater. And I'm in a happy, healthy, amazing relationship of over a year. If you guys enjoyed this story, please let me know, because that is not the end of my horrific relationship stories. Bye!
Story time about things that my crazy abusive mom did to me. This is gonna be really interesting, so I would stay, and if you want to put this in 2x, so do that, and get a snack. So I am gonna be reading off a note card, because there's a lot to share. But like a little memory. ADHD. But that's okay. Okay, we're gonna start with number 1. So, she used to lock me in a room for like hours at a time, like 6 hours at a time. Like, we get in like this small fight. I was like 4, by the way, so I don't even know what a fight was. And this girl would literally, like, grown woman, would smack the door in my face, lock me inside somehow, and leave me there for like 5 hours, no food, no parent, no nothing. She wouldn't even be home. She would like leave. But that's okay. No, it's not. I've recovered. Yeah, and leaving on that sneaking out thing, one time, so we were like living like here actually. Whoa. I lived with my grandparents, but we were like living in this room, which is my room. My grandparents live upstairs and I live downstairs, like alone. It's like a little apartment basically. And she left me downstairs alone when I was like 6 in the bed, and they were upstairs, and I woke up at 2 in the morning to my mom not being next to me, and I started screaming, crying because my dad had just died, and I was still like very confused, and I was like, "Daddy, mommy," and then my grandparents had to come downstairs and tell me like, you know, like we don't know where your mommy is. And then my mom would come home and being drunk as fuck. Awesome. Okay, another thing, oh, ow. So my dad was like an amazing person. We love him so much. Like, rest in peace. I love you. Anyways, but she used to make him wear black gloves. I know, weird, right? Walk into my room at like 10 o'clock at night to give me like this fear. I'm still kind of scared of them to this day. To get black gloves and start going like this in front of my face with a fucking black glove when I was 3 and scare me and be like, it's gonna get you, and I would start crying, and then she just stand there laughing at me. My dad felt really bad. It was really sad. Okay, anyways, next topic. Oh yeah, so after my dad died, we lived in this tiny apartment. This was the terror apartment. This is where everything bad happened. But anyways, so she was like, Skylar, come here. I was like, okay, I love you, girl. And then we go into the kitchen. I remember this so well. She opens it really fast, grabs a knife, closes it. I'm scared for my fucking life, but I'm following her. And her boyfriend was in the room. She goes, come here, come here, come here. He goes, oh, what, baby, or whatever. She takes this fucking knife. And she goes, bam. She didn't, like, kill him, but, like, he got hurt. And she's just scratching it down his fucking back. I was watching this, and I was like, stop. She didn't stop. I mean, then she did. I did not like it. Anyways, what's the other thing? Hold on. Please hold. Oh, here's another thing. So basically, she was kind of like, I think she was an alcoholic, or for what I remember. But anyways, so she took a beer bottle, and she went up to me, and she went like this, and she smacked it on my fucking head. I think I still, yeah. Girl! So I'm scarred for life. Literally. But anyways, so then this girl just like did that. Hold on. Anyways, this girl did that to me, and then she did it to the fucking boyfriend. The innocent fucking boyfriend. Okay, this is how I left. Basically, so I'll give you the whole story of how I left too. I was like really sad because my dad had died, and I was like, mom, and I was trying to wake her up because she was sleeping on the couch. She's like, what do you want? And I was like, can you please like wake up? Are you like alive? Because my fucking dad died and I was traumatized, and I'm like a little kid. And then she's like, what do you want? She's like, if you like touch me one more time, I'm gonna fucking hit you. And I was like, no, mommy. And she goes, bam, 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 punch. And then I was like, oh my god. So all of a sudden, I'm like crying and screaming and hiding in the fucking corner because she just beat my whole fucking face up. Anyways, so then I was like hiding in the corner because I don't know if I said that, but I was like hiding in the corner because it's fucking scary and everything. And then her boyfriend gets home, and he was like, oh, what's going on? And she was in her room like sleeping, so her bag was there. I had to grab her phone out of her bag, remember my grandpa's number, put it in her phone. We had to call him, and then the police had to show up, and he had to show up, and they took me, they were on their boat. They had to drive home off their boat. And then I had to stay on their boat, and then Child Protective Services to get me. It was a whole thing. I don't even remember. They just told me this part. It was very scary. But yeah, so if you guys want part 2 or would like some more information about any of this, just let me know. Bye!
So 3 or 4 days ago, my husband of 15 years told me that he wants to separate because he's been talking to some girl at his job who speaks no English and needs a green card. Yeah. 15 years we've been together. You know, it's funny. I didn't even want to get married in the beginning. He kind of like kept pushing, you know. We have 2 kids. They're 7 and 8 years old. In the last 7 and 8 years, he's never took me once out. Not once. Yeah, we went out as like a family, but never just me. I've done the laundry, the cooking, the cleaning, the appointments, the everything. Playing with the kids. You name it. I'm the one who mowed the lawn, front and back. I'm the one who screened the attic. I'm the one who fixed the fences. I'm the one who dug up the ground for a 14-foot pool every summer. I did everything under the sun to try to take as much pressure as I could off of him because I knew he worked. He's never once did anything with the kids, ever. And I figured, you know what? It might be because he's tired, you know, he worked, you know. There were red flags from the beginning, and I ignored them. And I'm so mad at myself. I'm so hurt. Now I got to figure out how to come up with half the money to pay for bills and the mortgage. Take care of my kids. get them to appointments, and do everything still by myself. Never trust a man. Don't trust a man. I'm sure my husband can't even, well, soon to be ex-husband can't even tell you what his kids' teachers' names are. I'm the dummy.
Last weekend, I'm like doom scrolling on my phone per usual when my iPhone 15 Plus blacks out of nowhere and I cannot get it to turn back on. So I make an appointment at the Apple store. Mind you, I'm like rushing out the door. I'm in a panic. I'm crying. I'm worried like my photos and videos are gone forever. So I get linked up with my little Apple genius, and right off the bat, he's like, okay, I have to confirm your identity. I'm like, perfect. He needs my driver's license. Looks at me like that and is like, oh wow, people really get done up for their driver's license photos. I was like, excuse? Sorry, like I normally don't look this bad. Like I'm obviously upset. I've been crying. So he ends up like not being able to fix the phone. I'm telling him, I love the phone I have, the broken phone. I'm obsessed with it. It's a pastel baby pink. He picks out a phone that's pink. I'm like, okay, perfect. So I'm like cashing out and he's like, okay, do you want any accessories? Do you want like phone case, screen protector, yada yada? I'm like, no, like the phones are the same size, so I'll just take what I have on my broken phone and put it on the new phone. He flips the box over of the new phone to basically, I'm assuming to tell me like the cameras are different, so it needs a different case. When I see the color, I'm really sorry, but no, like that is neon magenta. That is not baby dainty pastel whimsical pink that I had before. And is it my fault for like not going and looking at the phone at the display? Sure. But if I'm telling you how much I love this phone and I love the color of it and it's a baby pastel pink and I tell you I want pink, you don't think to be like, oh, okay, this model comes in pink, but it's not the same shade. I'm overestimating a man. So anyways, I end up getting white. So then it gets better. He's like telling me some of the features of the new phones, you know, Apple Intelligence AI version. And he's like, it's really cool. It can summarize your text messages. And I'm like, at this point, he's done enough to me. I'm like, we're jabbing at each other, like funny, we're laughing. But I'm like, so you're telling me that you'll read a summary of a text message instead of like reading an actual text message? And like everybody at my little table is like laughing. And he's like, well, my girlfriend sends me really long messages. I'm like, no, don't finish that sentence. I was all taken care of. Like, it's fine. Like, I didn't have like an actual complaint. It was just like the weirdest experience, like in the funniest way. But I was just like, what is happening? Like, this guy was just something else.
Reaches in, grabs me by the ass cheek, like full freaking grab. Girl, you know it. First date story time. Let's go. I opened Hinge for the first time in a while. Okay, I'm like feeling pretty hot, you know, 50 plus matches. I'm looking through, they're all ugly. Just a few are cute. Just a few are over 5'2", okay? And I pick him. I'm like, okay, tall, okay, jacked, okay, nice, okay, plan the date, tell me date and time. I show up to the date, which is a picnic, and I'm like, holy shit. This guy, his profile, I think he said he was 6'4", but this guy had to literally duck to go through the door to the supermarket. And I mean, like, he was tall, so I don't know if this was his fault, but he was staring at my boobs like 95% of the time. And like, did I wear a push-up bra? Yes. Does that mean you should be staring at my tits the whole time? Up for debate. Whole date, I'm like, wrap it up. And then he's like, do you want to walk through the roses? And I'm like, oh no. And I can like tell he's like, you know when they're like staring at you and they're like, and you just know if you turn around, boom, they're gonna lay one on you. And then we pull up to my car and he's like, do you think I'd fit in your car? And I'm like, oh. He gets out of the car and he leans in to give me the kiss, right? And I try to dodge it and he reaches in, grabs me by the ass cheek, like full freaking grab, okay? And pulls me into his chest. And I'm like, oh my God. So my arms are just limp at my sides and I'm like in his arm basically. And he like is still leaning down and I'm like, that's it. And I'm like, bye. And then I like to the other side of my car, hopped in and drove out of the door. I have never drove out of somewhere faster in my life. He keeps texting me even though I've basically ghosted him. And I had to text him and say like, I'm not interested in dating you because you grabbed my ass. So basically don't grab a girl's ass on the first date when she's trying to dodge your kiss. Thank you. Peace. I'll see you next time.
I'm about to go and do something embarrassing and I'm gonna bring you guys with me. I'm gonna try and go get my ex-boyfriend's name covered up. I am gonna show it to you guys in a second. I did get this tattoo. I was in my 20s. I feel like I'm trying to justify how truly stupid I was, but at the end of the day, I'm just human, and you live and you fucking learn, right? I haven't been with this ex for almost 3 years, and the reason it's taking me so long to get it removed is because, one, I haven't been in a relationship since, so I really didn't care. Like, it wasn't like a priority. Not that I didn't care, it just wasn't a priority. Also been avoiding going and getting it covered up because it really is embarrassing. Like, I'm embarrassed to go into this tattoo place like, hey, I have this guy name on me, I want to get it covered. It's getting covered by a guy and it's all guys there. I don't know. I am days away from leaving California, and this isn't something that I want to carry with me. With all that said, I really am trying my luck today because I don't have an appointment, but I'm hoping they have some availability at some point today. If not, then I'm hoping I can get an appointment within the next week. It isn't that big, which is good news, right? So yeah, I'm gonna bring you guys with me, and please learn from my mistake. Don't be a little dummy like me, because it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing when you have to go through this process, but let's go see if we can get this fixed today. Yeah, I'm gonna stay. I go crazy. It's so freaking embarrassing. All right. Well, I'm actually back home. He didn't have any availability for today, but I did make an appointment for Thursday, and I am set on a tattoo. He's gonna send me the sketch tomorrow, so I'm really hoping that the way that I explained it to him, he captures that, because I did end up coming up with a very meaningful tattoo for me. So I'm excited to share that with you guys. I will bring you guys with me on Thursday and show you guys how it ends up turning out.
Okay, this is a sensitive topic for me, but I'm genuinely at a point where if I don't talk about it, I think I will have a psychotic breakdown, and I can't afford to do that right now. So let's get into it. My husband adopted my son. I want to say it was 2 years ago. I think it was 2024. So my husband adopted my son in 2024. To give you a little bit of insight, there was no like competition. Like, baby daddy did not want him. So there was no like custody battle. There was no huge court thing, right? It wasn't drawn out. It was very simple. He came, he signed over rights. My husband adopted him. Boom, bam, done, right? My grandmother does not like my husband. She just doesn't care for him. We've had issues in the past where she had claimed that my husband did not deserve to be his father. Meanwhile, his real father did not want him. So I think stepping in and choosing to marry like a single mom, like, you know, you take on the mom and the child. So I think, yeah, he has proved multiple times that he wants to be his father, and is his father, by the way. We had a lot of instances where she would refer to my son with my maiden last name because he had my last name before I was married, which was Woody, like Toy Story. So she would always just tell him that his last name was Woody, which caused a lot of issues, obviously, because he was adopted, and this led up into the adoption. So, like, while we were in the process of getting the name changed, getting him adopted, she would call him by my last name, which obviously ruffled feathers. And we kind of broke contact with her for a while over that, and just didn't feel like it was reciprocated love. Like, when I had my daughter with my husband, it didn't seem like she really thought my daughter was as equal as my son, right? Because she came from my husband, whatever. So that was another big issue. I was like, okay, we got to put a stop to that, right? Fast forward, we eventually like let them come back into our kids' lives. We had this big come to Jesus moment, right? Everything was going really good. They've been in each other's lives for a while now. Tell me why my son's pre-K graduation, it's a butterfly. My son's pre-K graduation comes around. Everybody's there. So she's there. My in-laws are there. My family's there. My dad, my stepdad, like my siblings, like everybody's there, right? And everybody's being civil, everybody's doing good. Like, my family's sitting on this side, my in-laws, me, my husband, and my dad are sitting on this side. Graduation's kind of coming to an end. My grandma gets a present for my son because he's graduating. She got my daughter one too, just so that they didn't fight, right? But she got my son a present for graduation. We open it, and guess what is inside? A Woody doll from Toy Story. A lot of people didn't understand why it pissed my husband and my in-laws and me off so much. They're like, it's just a toy. And I'm like, you don't understand. Like, I know, like, you don't get why that's so important to us. Like, you don't understand what that means. So that did not go over well. There was another huge blow up. And she refused to admit that she bought it because it was Woody. She was like, it's just because it's a cowboy. So that did not go over well. Mind you, the first time we like cut contact with my grandparents, it was detrimental to my mental health. Like, I went off the rails because I grew up, basically my grandmother was my mother. No hate towards my mother, like my mother raised me, but I was with my grandmother all the time. Like, my grandma practically did almost everything for me. Like, so it was a really big deal to cut her out of my life because of how important she was and is to me and how much I love her and how much I care for her. But I struggled a lot with boundaries and setting boundaries between like the family I come from and the family that I'm creating. But there's something inside me that just like is getting ripped open at the thought of having to do that again. And I hadn't really like talked to her in a while, like since the whole fiasco happened at graduation. And my son's birthday is next week, and his birthday party is on the 13th, so in like 2 weekends. And she texted me this morning, so I'm assuming I'm uninvited to his birthday. And that literally felt like someone came up to me and was like, hey, boom, and just punched me right in the face with a brick. So that hurt me, and I have not responded yet because I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. And I know that I need to set boundaries, and I know that like it's not right for me to pick her over my whole entire family, like my husband, my 2 kids. And I don't understand why I have this like huge issue with doing that. Like, obviously I love my children, I love my husband, but like, why is she like coming above them, like in my head, to the point where like I can't make that call? Like, my husband obviously wants me to be the one to but be like, hey, we're kind of cutting that off, like we're done, because it's not his call. Like, it needs to be me. But I physically can't bring myself to do it, but I don't want to allow like disrespect to continue to happen to like my family, my husband. But it's the setting this boundary that genuinely terrifies me. Again, I have OCD, so like my mind automatically goes to the worst, and I think, okay, she's getting up there in age. If something happens to her, like, I'm not gonna take it well at all. And I can only imagine how much harder that is going to hit me and what that is going to do to my mental health if she does pass. And we didn't talk for like however many years it is until the inevitable happens. She's in great health. She's everything. So I'm very thankful for that. But accidents happen. Like, people die. Like, it's just a part of life. But my brain, my body, my mental health, like, I cannot think about that without breaking down. Like, legitimately, my brain, I think it's also because my brain I can't understand death because I've never had it happen to me. Like, I've never had someone super close to me pass away. Like, my great grandma passed away, and that was hard for me, but she was my great grandma. Like, she lived like an hour away. I still loved her. I still was very, very sad. I still cried at her funeral. Like, I loved her. But my grandma, it was such an influential person in my life, my whole entire life, that like the day that she's gone, like, it is going to be very, very bad for me. And I'm aware of that. And I know that when that time comes, I will go to therapy. Like, I will work through that. But it's the thought of the what ifs that go through my brain. Like, what if I hadn't spoken to her in years and she dies and then I can't get that back, like XYZ. And I know that like there's this huge thing of like forgive, 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 but I've done it before and we're already back to this part where the disrespect continues. So I don't know what to do for their peace of mind, like to support my family and stand up for my family and put them first. But I also don't know how to do that without like mentally destroying myself about the what if, like what if I cut her off and I never see her again. And then then we go back to the issue where I wasn't around my family during the holidays. Like I couldn't, because all the holidays were at my grandma's house. So I'm like, do I want to go back into that where I don't see any of my family for holidays because they're all at my grandma's house? Like my kids don't get to see my mom, my aunt, and like my siblings, because everything's held there. Like we can do things separately with my mom, whatever. But it's the thought of like being ostracized, I guess. And like not even that, like willingly separating myself from my family and distancing myself. That's what really, really hurts like the most. My older brother up and moved to Colorado, so like he removed himself from the situation, but he still comes back. Like he's not on bad terms with anybody. He just was like, I'm out. But I know he still keeps up with everybody. So I'm like, it's different whenever you voluntarily like cut contact, but it's so hard. Like I don't know what to do. And I know someone's going to see this and it might get sent to someone in my family. And honestly, I'm willing to take that risk because I don't know what to do at this point, because I know that I need to stand up for the family that I'm building, and I know that I need to set boundaries, but I'm worried that if I'm trying to set boundaries with someone who won't follow the boundaries, like I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Dating story time. You ready for this? Okay, so I matched with this guy on Hinge, and we had been messaging for a little while, and then we decided we're gonna meet up and have drinks. So messaging has been going well, getting to know each other. We live very close to each other, and we have kids similar ages, so it was like a lot of things were clicking. So I was feeling very hopeful about this. Go on the date, have a few drinks. I mean, it was like a lot of connection. He was super attractive. I was just like staring at him because I'm like, oh my God, you're so hot. And it was really cool. He said some things on the date, talked about his ex-wife, and then he mentioned that he wasn't talking to anyone else because he knew he was like vibing with me. So he was like, just so you know, I kind of stopped talking to some of the other people, and I don't like to date a lot of people at once. I'll sometimes like delete the app and stuff like that, and just so I can kind of focus on one person. And I'm like, cool. I didn't say I was doing that, but cool for you, like, and thank you for sharing. Oh, before the date also, we were sending like videos and stuff back and forth, like talking, and so I was like, do you just have Snapchat, because that would be easier? So he got on Snapchat and we started sending videos that way. And then during the date he was like, I don't know if you noticed, but I don't have Snapchat anymore. And I was like, I mean, I didn't really notice, but okay. And he was like, yeah, I had to delete it because everyone was asking for me to buy content and blah blah blah. And I was just like, oh my gosh, crazy. So he mentions that, not a big deal. I don't care if you have Snapchat or not. I don't care what you're doing. So this is our first time meeting, like it's fine. So he walks me to my car, no kiss goodnight. I thought it was a little weird because I kind of even like paused, like, you can kiss me, but he didn't, which is also okay. And so leave, he's texting me right away how he had a good time. He wished he would have kissed me. We want to hang out again. I was leaving to go out of town the next day. So we wouldn't have been able to hang out for like a week and a half or 2 weeks after the first date, which was fine. We're texting back and forth. He's called me a few times, seems very interested. So I'm like, cool. So then when I'm getting back into town, it's gonna be one of my friends' divorce parties. And so me kind of falling back into my old ways, I'm like, hey, you wanna come with me? And then I'm like, shit, I shouldn't have invited him. So I'm like, hey, I know I invited you, but like, sorry, never mind. We should get to know each other more before you come around, my friends, and stuff like that. And like, who knows if we even, like, what if I don't like him when he's drunk? You know, I don't want to do that. And he said he completely understood, all good. It seemed like very cool. So then I'm on Snapchat and I see that he posts like a public story, and I'm like, oh, that's weird. He said he deleted it, but whatever. So he posts a story of like a selfie of him going out for the night, and he's texting me too, like, I'm going out with one of my friends. I'm like, cool, have fun, do you? And then I noticed the next morning he posts like another one of him, and it's like in the same clothes. And so I'm like, so looks like you had a great night. And he's like, oh yeah, I stayed at my buddy's. Like, and I don't care. You can do what you want. We met one time. We're not dating. Whatever. So Snapchat was weird. That was weird. Saying he's not talking to other women, also weird when we hadn't even met yet. Then it was like a Sunday night, and we're supposed to meet literally like the following weekend. So, you know, we have some time before we're able to meet still. And it was a Sunday night, and he's like, oh, how was dinner? And I was like, it was great. And how was your day? And he says, I'm just winding down for the night. And then, you know, like staying in. And I'm like, cool, like have a good night, relax. And he posts on his Snapchat a video of him like driving somewhere else. So like inconsistency is not my thing. I don't care what you're doing, but you don't have to like put on a show for me. We just met one time. We're not in a relationship. You can do whatever you want. But something came over me to like search him online, and us women, I'm not sure if you know, but there are these Facebook groups where we can search men who are doing online dating. And so I searched him, and it lit up like the 4th of fucking July. 2 years worth of comments of him being a liar, tricking women into sleeping with him, saying he's only dating one person and dating a whole bunch of people. He got a boat in someone else's name and then it got repossessed. He lies about his ex. He tries to use his child to manipulate people. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, like I was catching on to some of this stuff pretty early on. But he had, you know, I hadn't really given him access to do any of the other things. So like, I don't know. I just wanted to say like, stay safe. I just ghosted him and stopped responding because there was just too much anyways. I think even if I hadn't found that, I wouldn't have went out with him again. But just be safe out there. And if you aren't on those Facebook groups and you are a woman and you're dating, then send me a message and I'll tell you what they're called, okay? And men, get me off these streets, okay? If you're a normal man, just get me off these streets. I don't like it out here.
Okay, story time about the contractor who broke my window. I needed to have the front of my house painted. I had some water damage on the front of my house that happened right after my ex-husband left. It was really great timing, and had to have the entire front of my house removed to replace the to fix the water damage. So the front of my house looked like shit and needed to be painted, resealed, caulked, all the things. So I didn't want to pay a crazy amount by going through a contracting company, and so I went through TaskRabbit, which is an app where you can hire people to help you with things. Usually it is like a lot of like independent contractors on there. Long story short, I found this guy with great reviews and we ended up going out of TaskRabbit. That's a whole other story. But he was very professional. He sent me an agreement in an email that said he would start the project within 2 weeks and it would only take 3 to 4 days given some weather delays, okay? So he quotes me for how much it'll cost. Everything looks great. Comes over, does some paint samples. He gets started on the project on April 19th. So he starts doing the project. Things are looking good. As he's going along, I add on a couple other things. I ask him to also paint the front door and to wash my windows because I live in a 4-story brownstone and it's difficult to get to the windows to wash them, okay? So he agrees, everything's going great. And then one day he texts me and says, while I was cleaning the windows using a scraper to get the paint off, the glass pane broke. Not great, okay? Not a good situation. So I say, okay, we'll discuss this later. I just need you to finish the project. Because at this point, this man, I think it had already been 4 weeks when he said it would only take max 3 to 4 days. And he would just not show up, not tell me why, causing all these delays, told me he got stung in the eye by a bee. Then he starts telling me his wife has cancer. It just became this very dramatic thing where it's like, can you please just finish painting my house? Like, that is literally all I need you to do. And now not only have you delayed this 4 weeks, but you just broke a window, okay? So he starts coming up with all these theories as to what might have happened. A bird flew into the window and how old are these windows? And it's like, you literally texted me and said, I broke your window while I was cleaning it. Okay, so I don't want to have any confrontation until he's done because I want to remain professional, have him finish the job, and be done with this because I've already put so much trust and effort into this and I don't want to go through finding somebody else. All right, so maybe I should have. You can judge me all you want. So I let him finish the project and I asked him to send me an updated email. There are so many things that I'm missing out of all the crazy shit that's happened in between, but it's now been 6 weeks. I asked him to send me an updated agreement with how much we're going to pay. This man sends me an email. In the email writes, upon cleaning the windows, I discovered that it was damaged. Excuse me? You literally told me you broke it.
And now you're trying to change the wording and make it sound like you came across it. You happened upon a broken window that a bird flew into mysteriously. Like, oh my God. All right. So I, in the meanwhile, am going behind the scenes and I'm calling professional window glass companies. I'm trying to find a new window. My windows are fucking bougie, all right? The whole front of my house is windows. And I guess these things are fucking bougie ass windows. 3 different places told me it's gonna cost $950 to replace one window. Just so happens that's exactly how much I owe this man. So I consulted with 2 friends who are attorneys. I consulted with literally anybody who would listen to me, and everybody agreed that I do not have to pay him. I have a very well documented case. I am prepared to present this in front of a judge in small claims court. But I decided to send him my findings and everything I thought about, that his communication was poor, his professionalism was poor. Now he's trying to change the terms and say that he found this window damaged. I also have pictures of the window prior to him starting, so I can prove that it was not damaged before. Like, this man does not want to fuck with me, okay? And so I write this email very professional and I say at the end, you know, I'm sorry this is the way it turned out, but I will not be paying you the remainder of the fee. So in 2 days, he hasn't responded, so wish me luck.
The way you texted me, and then you texted me on your honeymoon. Hey y'all, I'm gonna give y'all a story time about how I blocked a friend of mine of 20 years because he got married. Let's get into it. So guys, just giving y'all a little backstory. This is someone that I have known since high school. We always have kept in contact through the years. We were never officially boyfriend and girlfriend, but he used to do the cute little dress like each other thing in high school and, you know, stay up all night on the phone and all that good jazz. Fast forward after graduation. So we had been physical in the past. He was one of those old faithfuls. Then fast forward to college. We still had some, let me put some time frames on this. I graduated in 2007. Yeah. And then I went to Pembroke in 2010. Throughout college, we had, you know, always kept in contact with one another. We really never lost contact. It might be back in those times, we were still in communication pretty frequently. But of course, we never had an actual relationship. It was just, you know, one of those things. But we were pretty close and good friends. Our friendship never was ruined because of what we had going on. So let's just fast forward to like adults. So over the years, again, as time progressed, we still kept in contact. He would reach out to me. I really wasn't reaching out to him like that because, you know, although, you know, at times I felt like it was weird, he would try to like reminisce with me, and I really wasn't trying to reminisce because as a grown woman, as an adult, I'm not sliding back to that, if that makes sense. So we would have conversations, we would talk, he would start reminiscing, and I would go ghost because I just didn't feel like talking about it. So we would still keep contact, but over time, our contact was not as frequent. So over the years, whenever we would talk, it's like he would, I'm not going to say be in my business, but he would be trying to ask me, like, what you got going on? Who you talking to? How was that going? Like, he was always asking me about what I had going on. I asked him what he had going on, of course, just with, you know, conversation. And, you know, he never said that he had too much of anything going on. Of course, I know he's not just not doing anything, so to speak. But nonetheless, you know, he made it seem like he didn't really have anything going on, whatever the case may be. So I would say 2025, we did start talking like a little more. Did I think anything was going to come of it? Absolutely not. But we started conversing a little bit more, talking more about things, conversations being a little bit more in depth. And he was like, again, consistently asking me questions about what it was that I had going on. Mind you, over the years, he been asking to come see me, come see me. He knew I moved, and where I moved to was where he used to live at one point, but he doesn't live there anymore. And I kept kind of like pushing it off, simply because just with the nature of our old relationship, I didn't want him over here, and then, you know, him thinking it's going to be something that it ain't going to be, whatever. So I always pushed it off. However, this time in particular, I think he said he was riding through. He wanted to stop by and see me. So I was like, okay, well, what is the harm in it? I'll let him come by. So this was, I would say, August of 2025. Mind you, we've been communicating for months, but the communication was starting to become a little bit more frequent. He's over here for like a few hours. I really wasn't counting the time, but he was literally over here for a few hours. We were just talking about high school. We were talking about, what's been going on and what we have going on now, whatever the case may be. I don't remember exactly what time he left, but I remember messaging him around midnight. Hey, did you make it? And I know that he did have like an hour drive. So he was over here for a few hours. Whole time he was over here, never checked his phone, wasn't in his phone didn't ring, any of those things. Okay, cool. And then like a month and a half goes by. I told myself that I wanted to do better with checking in on people when they crossed my mind. So he just randomly crossed my mind. This was like 9 or 10 o'clock at night. He randomly crossed my mind. And I was like, hey, what you got going on? And he was, nothing. I'm just packing up. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, what you doing? I like, I'm being nosy. That's what I sent him. I said, I'm being nosy. And he was like, I'm in Jamaica. And I was like, oh. And I was like, you with your boo? Just sending a side eye, because I'm thinking to myself, men can go to Jamaica with their homeboys, but that seemed like a bay trip. So I'm just joking at this point. And I'm like, you with your boo? And he was like, yeah. And he was like, I'm on my honeymoon. And I'm like, I was like, oh, first instinct, oh, congratulations or whatnot. And then he was like, thank you. And then I said something else and I was like, I don't know if you telling me the truth or not. And he was like, what? So like we still talking or whatever. And he was like, I thought you seen it on Facebook. And I go to his page, I don't see nothing on Facebook. Nothing. So obviously he has his settings set a certain kind of way to where nothing can be seen or whatever the case may be. But I think a family member may have posted it. And then I go to a family member page and I see that it's a whole wedding. Like, this isn't just a wake up and get married situation. Like, this is a whole wedding that was planned. And I immediately got the ick. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, these conversations that you having with me, the stuff that you saying with me, I'm not paying attention to it, but that's disrespectful to your now wife. And then in my mind, I'm thinking, this was a whole planned thing. Like, I immediately got the ick. I immediately got the ick. Just thinking about everything, like, wow, he planned a wedding. All this time he been in my business asking me what I had going on. And nigga, you had a whole fiance. Like, I was immediately disgusted. I was like, you had a whole fiance. And then I'm thinking to myself, we've been cool all these years. Why would you feel the need to lie to me of all people? Then it dawned on me, was you not telling me? Because in the back of your mind, you was still trying to cut if I was going to let you cut. Like, what? I was completely flabbergasted. Then you basically somewhat hiding it. And then now the way you texted me, and then you texted me on your honeymoon. And I was like, I want to see the photos. And he was like, had it not been for my family members, I wouldn't have posted it, XYZ. And I was like, oh, y'all look pretty. I found the photos. I said, oh, y'all look pretty. And I was like, congratulations. And I blocked him immediately after that. Because, babe, one thing about it, I don't play about marriage. I do not play about marriage, and I would not disrespect anyone's marriage. And I was like, above anything, I have morals, I have integrity. And at the end of the day, like, I'm feeling bad for her low key. Like, I'm thinking to myself, like, damn, like, where was she thinking you was at when you was at my house for 4 hours trying to reminisce of old times? Like, what? And mind you, from the time that he was at my house, this happened like a month and a half after that. So it's like, I really did feel bad for her. Like, dead ass serious. Like, granted, she don't know, so it is what it is. But at the same time, like, as a girl's girl, like, I'm like, damn, like, what the fuck? It was just a lot. Block, immediately block.
Story time on how I almost got jumped by 2 old women at 7 Bro. And I'm going to be telling you the story while I get ready for one of my best friend's grad parties. Also, you can find this top in the orange card below, because I did get it on TikTok shop. Okay, the story takes place about 2 days ago. I went to 7 Brew with my best friend, because at this point I think we all know how much I love 7 Brew. Anyway, so this day we pull into the drive-thru and the line is absolutely so long, like it's wrapped around the building like twice. So me and my friend, I'm driving, we get to the back of the line and we wait our full turn to get around, and we're like maybe 5 cars from ordering. We're like 5 cars from the front where we get our drinks. We're like about to order. So in case you're not familiar with 7 Brew, there are 2 lines and we were in the inside lane, but in the lane next to us, there was like a gap, maybe like a car wide gap, because this one car couldn't get around a cone. All of a sudden I see this car go by and I'm not thinking much of it because I'm thinking, oh, they're probably just gonna go around and get in the lane, but they stop and start reversing into the lane. Like literally trying to parallel park to cut in front of other people. And I'm just looking at them like in awe of like what they're doing. Cause genuinely, who does that? As one does though, I just start laughing because I think it is so funny, because just what? And keep in mind, I'm holding my phone. My phone is in my hand, but I'm not doing anything with it. And also I have my sunroof open so I can hear what they're saying because they have their window down, and yeah. But in the, like my peripheral vision, I can see the car ahead of me going, so I reach for the steering wheel to, drive. So I grab the steering wheel with my phone like in my hand or whatever and start pulling up. And then all of a sudden I hear this like loud, agitating voice. This old woman goes, "Is that recording me?" I originally just don't think anything of it because like I'm not doing anything, so I didn't like immediately think that it was me that she was talking about. But she like keeps like screaming, so eventually I'm like, what is she screaming at? So I look over at her, and when I tell you that this girl was glaring at me, and mind you, these 2 women in the car look like they're in their like 40s or 50s. And after I like made eye contact with her, I hear her go, "I'm gonna whoop her." And I'm sitting over here just trying to get my 7 Brew. This is low-key the funniest part because then I hear the woman next to go, "She looks 16. Mind you, I'm not 16, but it's whatever. Honestly, I think that the funniest thing though was the woman goes, "I don't give a flying how old she is. I'm gonna drag her." So I was just kind of looking forward, just like gripping the steering wheel because I'm like, I'm not gonna interact. And me and my friend, we are just like dying. Like we're trying to like contain our laughs, but we're also like, we're dying because it's so funny. And at this point too, this woman is still screaming. So I'm just like, what the actual heck am I supposed to do? So I literally at one point I had said to the work, I'm like, hey, like if I come back, it's because the woman over there is following me. Because at this point, I'm like actually scared that she's going to try to do something or like follow me home. Because she was actually crazy. Anyways, if you're that woman and you're somehow watching this video, please don't threaten people who could potentially be minors. Like you and your friend literally thought I was a minor and you were still threatening me. Like the fact that I'm not a minor does not make that any better. But anyways, thanks for watching my story. I love you guys. Bye. If you're a teenage girl, please be safe out there.
You guys, I just had the weirdest interaction with a man. And I just wanted to hop on and say a couple things. One, how grateful I am that I'm married and that I'm off the market and I don't have to deal with that shit, because what the fuck was that? If that's how men try to pick up women nowadays, something has gone terribly wrong. And then 2, to tell you this super embarrassing for him, not for me, interaction I just had. Like I don't even want to say it. Like it was so cringe. I don't even know. Okay, I was walking my dog. This guy was walking behind us for I don't know how long. I went to loop and we looped back. And as we're looping back, I see him approaching and I'm like, oh, no, he's not going to say anything. But he does. And he said, "Hey." And I was like, "Hey." And I kind of just was trying to keep walking. And then he said, "Hey," again. And then didn't follow it up with anything, just like stared at me. And I was like, "Do you need something?" And he was like, What are you up to?" I'm walking my dog. And I said that. I was like, "I'm walking my dog." And he was like, "What's your dog's name?" And this man was probably around my age, maybe like late 20s, early 30s is my guess. I don't know. And I told him my dog's name, and he goes, could be better. That's kind of a bad name. I'm sorry. What? One, how dare you? Tell me how cute he is. Two, you asked, like, what do you want me to say to that? And I literally was like, no, it's a good name. And then he asked me my name, to which he does the same thing. He goes, could be better. I'm sorry, what? Why are you asking me my name and my dog's name and then criticizing it? And I literally laughed. I was like, okay. And then he continues to try to go, well, what are you up to? Like, it's Saturday night. Do you want to come out? Da, 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 da. And I was like, oh, no, I'm married. To which he said, I don't see a ring. I've never had this happen to me before, to be honest. So I was kind of laughing the whole time. And I like showed him my ring finger because I had my husband's initials tattooed on me. To which he then goes, that doesn't count. Yes, it does. And also, like, I am still married, like, whether you think it counts or not. And I literally, I said, oh, no, it counts. I very much love my husband. And he was like, well, you know, you can still, and I was like, you have a good night. Because I was like, no way this guy is trying to ask me to, like, ignore my husband or the fact that I'm married right now. It was the weirdest, it was this weirdest interaction I've had with a male in a long time. And if that's how men pick up women nowadays, like, you just, one, don't give a shit if she's single or not, but two, like, literally just critique her. Weirdest thing ever. Because, like, when I met my husband, he did nothing but compliment me. That man yearned for me, and that's why he got me. Men, you need to yearn. You don't need to critique and, like, try to bring women down. It's the weirdest strategy, and I will never understand it.
Let's have a coffee and talk about how I met my boyfriend. This is one of my favorite stories to tell because it truly is just like my own love story. I'm a lover of rom-coms. Like, if you know me, like, I live and breathe and I only ever watch like rom-coms. I love romance and I'm such a sucker for romance, and I had such a specific way in which I wanted to meet my person. I've given a lot of like dating advice and I shared a lot of like my philosophy on dating, and I want to share the story of how I met my boyfriend because this is proof when you know exactly what you want and you hold your standards high, you will get everything and more that you asked for. So let's get into it. I'm actually gonna start the story about like 6 months prior to meeting my boyfriend. It all starts when I was at the dog park and I met my now friend Brittany. She invited me to join this book club. And at the time, like, I wanted to meet new people. I wanted to expand my network. And I remember a piece of advice that my sister gave me. It's not that you're gonna like meet somebody and that's going to be your person, but you never know who you could meet that could introduce you to your person. Like, thinking about like your network and thinking about your circle. Like, you just need to expand your network, your circle of people who you know, because you never know who somebody you meet could be connected to, and that person could lead you to your person. Meet people, be friendly, make connections, because you truly never know who they know. Or the other piece of it is you just never know like the type of energy or the type of person that like you need in your life to then be able to get you to meet your person. I meet my friend Brittany. She invites me into this book club. I'm super excited. This was end of summer 2024. And at that first book club, I was like so intimidated. So I was like, oh my God, I'm going in and meeting. There was like 12 of the girls who were going to this book club dinner. And I was like, I think I read the book. I didn't. It was like a little too gory for me, so I just didn't read it. But I was like, I'm just gonna go because I want to like meet this group of girls. Because again, I was like looking just honestly more for connection and for friendship, kind of switching around from looking for a partner. So I go to this book club. I'm so intimidated. I sit down next to my friend Katie, and her and I immediately hit it off. Like, when I tell you, like, we are soul sisters, we are kindred spirits. Like, we just connected on such a like deep level, and a lot of our values and a lot of our views and just like energy matched so well, and we just immediately hit it off. And I hit it off with like everyone else at the dinner. Like, it was so fun. I'm obsessed with my book club. Like, this like group of friends has been so special to me. Book club for me was, I think, like the catalyst into this domino effect in my life of meeting my boyfriend. So I have this new group of friends. We're enjoying life. Like, we're going out. Like, I have all my shit together. Like, my career is good. My personal life is good. My mental health is good. Like, I'm feeling good. Like, I just want this last piece of my life to fall into place. Go through like the winter, and I don't like have the best luck with dating at this point. Like, I kind of am like getting to the point where I feel like I'm putting too much pressure on dating. And I'm just like, every single person that I'm meeting out at the bar, every single person that I'm going out on a date with, I'm like putting them through this like test almost of like, could you be my husband? Like, could we match? Like, could we be long term? And I just kept getting, honestly, like disappointed. And I was like, I don't think it's them. Like, there's nothing wrong with these people that I'm meeting. It's more so me. Like, I'm just putting all this pressure on meeting somebody for the first time. And so I just said to myself, I was like, you know what? Sorry, I have like a hair. But so I was like, you know what? I'm just going to like stop putting so much pressure on the fact that I want to find someone. At the time, that was 2025, I was 32. So I was 32, and I had like a really tough time turning 32 and being single. Other years, like, I'm obsessed with my birthday. I did feel like my 30s was when I was going to meet my person, and it just wasn't clicking. And so you also just have to like trust timing and trust life. But so I was like feeling really down about being 32. I was feeling really down because I was like, I have all these great people, everything else in my life is going great, but I'm still not like, it's not working for me in this department. And so I said to myself, I'm just going to have a fucking hot girl summer. I'm going to give way to the wind. I'm going to do whatever I want. I'm going to say yes to every single opportunity. Like, you're never going to catch me say no. I'm going to go out. I'm going to stay out. I'm going to talk to people. If it happens to work out, great. If it doesn't, I'm not going to force a single thing. And I'm not going to put any pressure on anyone that I meet that I want to try to date them. It's literally just going to be like, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I am not going to care, because I just want to have fun. Like, dating should be fun. It should be easy and it should be fun. And up until that point, I was not having fun. So now flash forward to April, and last April and like spring, it was raining every single weekend. One weekend in the end of April where me and my friend Katie, we had plans to go out, and she was like, I want to introduce you to like a bunch of my friends. I think you'd like them. I think you'd get along with them. So I was like, great, let's do it. It had been pouring all day on Saturday. And the reason why I'm emphasizing the weather is because it is important later on. So it was raining all day, and I was kind of like, do I go out? Do I not want to go out? Like, I'm at home, I'm cozy, like my apartment was clean, I was snuggling up with my dogs. But I was like, you know what? Like, no, I said that I was going to go out. We were going to go out. We were going to have a fabulous night. And around like 6 o'clock is when the rain stopped, and it started to get like a little bit nice out. So I was like, okay, like it stopped raining. There is no excuse for me to stay in. Like, I need to go out and we need to have fun. So we had plans to go to Real House in Seaport. We were around like 8 to 8:30ish. And there's a line at Real House. We were outside in front of Real House, kind of like figuring out like our next step. Like, do we go? Do we wait in line? That's really where we wanted to go. But also at the same time, it was like kind of chilly out because it had been raining, and we didn't really want to wait in line. So we were like, you know what? Let's just like, while we kind of figure out what our next step is, why don't we just pop over to Mastro's, grab a dirty martini, and we'll figure it out from there. I hate to do this, but this is getting so long. So head to part 2 to figure out the rest of the story of how I met my boyfriend. Part 2 of how I met my boyfriend. So we get to Mastro's, we go to the cocktail area. It's right by the piano player and whatnot. So we order our dirty martinis, and we're just like hanging out and chit-chatting, and I'm like meeting all these like new friends that my friend Katie brought in, and I'm like having a lovely time. And like my mindset in this night was that I'm just going to have like, it's going to be a fun like girls night. Like, we're just going to have fun. We're going to be silly, and it's not going to be anything serious. Like, I'm not looking for a man. I am just here to have a good time. So I see this man walk through the cocktail area, and he is tall and handsome, and I'm like, damn, he's fucking hot. And I like take a look at him, and my friend Katie notices, and she was like, wait, he's so cute. And I was like, no, I know, like, he is. But I was like nervous, and it wasn't that night where we were going out and like meeting guys. So I was like, I'm not gonna like put myself out there. But he is very handsome. I go back to having a conversation with one of the girls that we were with, and probably not even 2 minutes later, I get like a tap on my shoulder, and my friend Katie is like, hey Becca, this is Eric. And I was like, hi. And it was the guy that had walked by that was so tall and handsome, and I was like, oh my god, hello, like, how are you? And we immediately hit it off, and we just had such a lovely night. Like, I feel like nobody else existed, as like stupid and silly as that sounds. Like, I truly was like, this guy is incredible. He's amazing. But one of the first things that he told me was that he is from Albany, New York. And I was like, ooh, I have a really strong rule about the fact that I like do not date people who don't live in Boston. So like, this is going to be great. It's going to be nice to meet him, but like, this is never going to amount to anything because I just like don't do long distance. We have such a lovely night. And it was really sad because I was like, this guy is so great. He's so nice. Like, he's actually genuine. Like, we shared a lot of the same values and we just had such a good, genuine conversation. And I was bummed because I was like, fuck, like I have this rule that I don't date anybody who doesn't live in Boston. But again, remember, I was like, I'm having a single girl summer, hot girl summer. Like, I'm not putting pressure on anything. So I was like, the old me would have been like, I'm going to try to make it work. Like, I really like him. I'm going to do this, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, you know what? No, I'm going to leave whatever life has planned up to life, up to the universe. Like, I'm just not going to force anything. And I was like, damn, I'm like never going to see this guy again. I'm never going to hear from him, but he was so great. Now, the next day on Sunday, I get a text from him and he was like, you know, just like chatting about like the night before. And I was like, wow, I actually like didn't think I would like even like hear from him that next day. And so we just like ended up chatting and he told me that he was coming back to Boston that Wednesday for a concert. And he was like, do you want to come? Fuck it. Like, why don't I go? But I was leaving for LA that next day. And so I was like, whatever, I'm saying yes to life. I'm not saying no. I'm not putting any pressure on stuff. That concert was one of the best nights of my life. Like, we had so much fun. And I was like, wow, this guy actually is one of the best people I've ever met. Like, I met his friends. It was so nice. It was so just like lovely. And again, I was just thinking to myself, like, fuck, like I like this guy and he doesn't even live here. Like, what am I doing? What am I doing? And the following weekend when I got back from LA, he was back in Boston for a concert again. So he invited me and I went and I just like kept having these really great times with him. And so that is how we met, and we kept continuing to like hang out, and I kept just like letting things happen instead of pressuring it. And I will say, like, this man put in all the effort to pursue me. Like, I did not go to visit him, I think, until June. Yeah, I think it was until June. So I finally went up to go visit him, and I was so nervous because, again, doing long distance for me just like I felt like wasn't in the cards. However, I just knew that like he matched everything else on my list of things that I wanted in life, and I just didn't feel like it was fair to completely write that off if he was making the effort to come see me. And I wanted to make it work. Like, I wanted to do that, but I also knew that we needed to be on the same page about a lot of things, i.e. like, where would we end up? How long do we want to be in a long distance relationship? And so we actually communicated very early on in our relationship what that would look like. And I wanted to make sure that we were aligned and on the same page. And I also wanted to make sure that it was something that he wanted and it wasn't just me wanting it. Like, we both equally had to want it. That's the story of how we met, but a few key things from like his perspective that I just want to talk about in terms of like divine timing and everything working out. So like, I just want to call out the fact that like I was not supposed to go to Mastro's that night that we met. He was not supposed to be in Boston the night that we met. He had an event up in New York that ended up getting canceled because of the rain. And so last minute, his friend was like, why don't we go down to Boston? We can have like a nice night, all this stuff. So he ends up last minute traveling down to Boston. And then he gets dinner with his friend at Mastro's. They were on their way out when he walked through the cocktail bar, and he was literally on his way out. There was a 5-minute window where we had the chance to meet. And I think back to when I met my friend Brittany, who introduced me to my book club friends, and I sat down next to my friend Katie. And like, I remember, like I told you, her and I connected on this like spiritual, deeper level where I was like, we were meant to find each other. Like, we have a purpose in each other's lives. And the fact that she was the one who then introduced me to Eric is just, like, I have the chills when I think about it, because like, had I not put myself out there, had I not gone to that book club, had her and I not connected, had the rain kept going, had it not stopped, had it not even rained, for his event to get canceled, and then for us to then go to, like, if we had gone to Real House instead of going to Mastro's, but then we get to Mastro's and literally a 5-minute window is all that we had for our paths to cross, and they did. And immediately, like, it honestly did feel like I met someone who I'd known for a really long time. And I know it's so cliche to say, but like, I was like, it is just, why is it so easy to talk to you? Like, why is it so easy to get along? Like, we just felt like we were on the same path. And it's like, I always said like things should be easy. Like falling in love with him was one of the easiest, most incredible experiences of my life. Like it should be easy, and it can be easy. It's not supposed to be hard. Like there was never a time when we didn't want to try or to do things. Like, I mean, this man for 3 months came and drove to Boston pretty much every single weekend, multiple times, to see me, to take me out on a date. Like if he wanted to, he would. Like, I know some of this stuff sounds so cliche, but I'm here to tell you that like this shit actually does happen, and it's worth waiting for. So if you're sitting there and you're in a situation where one, you're just like kind of have lost hope, like I promise you there will come a time when you meet somebody and you're like, wow, it all makes sense. Also, like, it is possible to meet somebody out in the wild. You just have to go out there. You have to meet new people. You have to put yourself out there. You have to not be afraid. And just to like leave with, and I've shared this so many times, is like, know what you want. Like have a good understanding of what you want. And I don't mean necessarily in like looks, like yes, I think that's important, but also like values, their work ethic, or things that they value out of life. Do they want the same things as you? Like compatibility is so important when it comes to relationships. Like it's not just about like the chemistry and the romance. Like yes, that's a huge piece of it, but like compatibility and like life together. Like this person becomes your best friends. This is who you're gonna grow old with. And so like you need to be able to like this person and love this person and want to spend every single day with them. Like I think about the fact that like if our lives never changed, if like nothing else happened, would I still be happy with what's going on today? And yes, I could live in this stage of our life forever. But so all of this is to say that like you just never know what happens, and you have to put yourself out there, and don't put so much pressure on things working out. Live your life, fill up your own cup, and like enjoy it, and things will come, and they'll come when you least expect it. And okay, that is how I met my boyfriend.
I just left a $0 tip for the first time in my whole life. As an ex-waitress and a chronic over-tipper, this is unheard of for me, but let me tell you what happened. So we go to Old Chicago for dinner tonight for family date night, and we sit down, we order, I always order Brixton's food first because he needs food to be distracted at the table. So she comes back, she gets our order, fabulous. Okay, we sit there for a while. Cody's drink's been gone for a while, but whatever, we're being really nice because she told us it was one of our first days. We're like, I mean, we're just nice in general. I didn't mean that, like we're rude. She told us it was like her first night taking tables, so we were being very like, we're good, like no worries, when you get a chance, like we're being very nice. And so our food comes out, and Brixton's food's missing at this point. So I'm like, is his coming? Because I ordered it when we very first sat down. And she basically is like, oh shit, like she forgot. So we're like, no worries, like just if you can get it going. He needs to eat. We sit there for, kid you not, like 30 minutes. And we're like, our food's done. And we're like, okay, well at this point, like let's just cancel the kid's meal, because he's just been like picking off of our food. Like he's unbothered to even get his own meal at this point. So we're sitting there, and then a manager comes up and tells us that our waitress literally left the chat. She just walked out. I mean, you gotta give her credit for having style, but savage, I will say. We're just sitting there waiting for our kid's meal, and she out. They do get some brownie points because our entire dinner with an appetizer and everything was only $19, but we were still a little bit baffled that we had to pay any dollars, considering we sat there for 30 minutes and literally no one knew where our waitress was. I can't forget to mention the fact that the entire restaurant was smelling like a chimney, like literally cigarette smoke. Like I'm afraid of secondhand smoke. It was so bad. So anyway, we're gonna go to Kids Empire and have a little family date night. So that's my story time. Also Old Chicago. What?
Sometimes I can be disagreeable, so I need you guys to weigh in on this situation and let me know if maybe I'm out of line, because I can be a lot sometimes. So I'm out with my friend and her boyfriend's group of friends. We're at this kind of like beer garden situation. So I'm kind of a guest there. Like my connection is my friend. Well, one of her boyfriend's friends brings his cousin, a girl. Never met her before. Super nice. We're talking. She's talking about inviting her Hinge guy to the outing. And everyone's like, that sounds like a great idea. It's kind of like a somewhat low pressure way to meet him. You've got, you know, people that support you around, like you can always leave from here if the connection's good. No problem. So She invites him over. He seems cool. However, the table's kind of full already. So he sits at like an adjacent table. Like he kind of pulls up a seat, so to speak. I tell her like, hey, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Can you watch my stuff? And she's like, sure, no problem. Super cool, all that. I get up, go to the bathroom. I come back. The dude's in my seat now. And so I don't want to cause a fuss or anything. So I just sit over next to my friend, like squeeze in on the bench next to her. And I ask the girl like, hey, can you hand me all my stuff that I left? Like my drink and my purse and, you know, all of that stuff. And she's like, here, yeah, okay. Just doesn't say, okay, whatever. And then my friend, she's like, yeah, as soon as you got up, she told him to sit in your seat. She's like, yeah, you can sit here. Like, I don't want to blow it out of proportion. Obviously, everything was fine. But it kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Where it's like, I told you, like, I asked you, actually, could you please watch my stuff? Implying that, like, I would be coming back to the seat. And as soon as I get up, you give it to this dude? And again, I'm a guest as part of this group. I don't know this girl. I don't know any of these other people. I'm not trying to, like, be a bitch, you know? Nothing like that. I understand I can be really disagreeable and touchy, so I'm trying to work on that. This is growth. But, like, does anyone else find that kind of weird? Like, I just personally wouldn't do that. I don't know. Y'all sound off. Let me know.
My ex-fiance's current girlfriend texted me a few weeks ago, and it was nuts. First of all, it was sent at 4 a.m. and it was an absolute novel of a text. So I know that's just been marinating in her notes app for weeks, and she maybe just waited until she was not in her right mind to send it. That, and she was probably waiting for him to be asleep so she could grab my number from his phone. But obviously those are both just speculations. I don't know that to be a fact. But in it, she made fun of me, told me I was crossing boundaries, and threatened me. For context, him and I were together for 6 years. We broke up 2 years ago, and we have not spoken since the death of our shared dog in October. That relationship is done and dusted. I do not reach out to him. I do not want to reach out to him. But since we were together for so long, his mother and I naturally developed a friendship. So we still continue to get dinners maybe 3 times a year, and she texts me for style advice sometimes. But by no means do we talk on the regular. But somehow the girlfriend must have found out that we talk, and she decided she didn't like it and decided to take it up with me instead of her boyfriend. I did not text her back because I'm not engaging in that, because that is just a super weird situation to be in. But I did screenshot it and send it to his mother, because you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
I totally hear everyone out and wanting to see the screenshot of what his mom sent back to me and the full text of what she sent me, but out of full respect for his mother, I am not going to share what she sent back to me, and out of bearing no ill will towards him, I am not going to send the full text of what the girlfriend sent me. Now that I've clarified that, here is the snippet of screenshot that I am willing to share. Starting this lovely text off strong, we have, you blocked me on social media. I have no idea why. I've never done anything to you. Obviously, she must have forgotten when she drunk called me a year ago, late afternoon, early evening, trying to talk to me from his phone, which he texted and apologized to me for it the next day. Next, hit me with a woman. I don't want to XYZ. Don't woman to me. We're not friends. Go away. And finishing it off strong with, let me know if I need to make it clearer, with a little sparkle for a cherry on top. But there you go. That is a snippet of the text I'm willing to share. And that is the last I will be posting about this situation. Unless, of course, she decides to reach out a third time.
I'm a new grad PA, and I just lost my job after 3 months. I cannot even believe that this is real. And just the way that management and my supervising position went about it was just completely inhumane and honestly dismissive and frankly disrespectful. I had a sense that management was acting weird towards me over a couple days, and so I continually asked questions, and I was like, is everything okay? Like, am I doing good on my end? And none of them really had the heart to tell me that I was losing my job that day. I had to ask my supervising physician, who also owns the clinics, am I losing my job today? And he kind of just was like, I'll call you back and let you know. Never called me back, by the way. It feels like I've worked so hard to get to where I am, and I put so much energy and effort into that job, and all the patients left me there. I never had a patient complain on me ever. And I tried my hardest every single day that I was there and with every patient. And it just sucks because, like, you go to school for so many years and you devote so much of your time and energy and education and you feel like you made it. And it felt so nice to finally be practicing, and to just lose all that after 3 months was completely blindsided, and it's just like a shock on my end. I know that one closed door is a better opportunity on the other side, and I already have a couple options lined up as well to start a new job, but it's just the complete disregard. And I mean, I asked the owner of the clinic, who's my supervising physician, I frankly said on the phone, like, I said, am I losing my job today? And he said, oh, that's not my decision to make. I'll have to ask management and we'll make a decision and I'll let you know. And he never called me back. He never said anything. And so I went back into the clinic, and one of the billers broke the news to me. The supervising physician didn't even have the decency or consideration to tell me himself, but she reiterated it was like nothing on my performance or my knowledge or my work ethic. It was simply because we had closed one of our clinics that same week, and I was just one of the newest providers, and they just didn't have the resources to keep as many providers, so they were letting a couple go, including myself. But I don't know. I know that this job was like deteriorating on my mental health, and I was seeing sometimes 50 patients more plus a day, more than 50 patients a day that I was seeing sometimes. So that is honestly unheard of as a new grad PA. I started practicing solo on my 3rd day being a PA, and after that, every day I was solo provider. I'm not passionate about urgent care. The pay is really good, and I do love the flexibility with the hours, but I was always passionate about dermatology and women's health. Maybe this is a great thing because I can go into a different specialty that I actually feel passionate about, but it just sucks because you work so hard for something and you could just be like let go just like that. People don't have the decency to like even care or show any empathy, and frankly they just didn't have the guts to break it to me themselves, and everyone was just like tiptoeing around me. Honestly, it kind of feels like I'm back to square one a little bit. But yeah, I don't know, maybe it means a career change, something that has a better work-life balance and isn't emotionally and mentally draining me. So I'm trying to see it as a good sign, and take it as a good thing. And I know there's so many job opportunities out there for me, and yeah, maybe this is like a good thing and a good opportunity to go into a new specialty that is easier to manage and work for people that are actually passionate about patient health and care about their employees as well. But yeah, it just sucks because I feel like I had finally made it, and it just feels kind of like I'm back to square one in that. I put so much into that job, and patients never had anything negative to say about me, and even like the staff and other providers said my medical knowledge was on point. So it's just unfortunate. It's not ideal, but I know that there's something better out there that will be more manageable and be better for my mental health, and I'll likely even find something that I'm passionate about. But yeah, I'm trying to see it as a positive and like a blessing in disguise.
Do my makeup with me, story time. Hello, just got out of the shower. I have to put on my lashes really quick. Okay, I'm gonna do a story time about this past Halloween. What was that, 2025? Yeah, okay, hang on. Okay, basically there was a sophomore, I'm gonna call her Chrissy, and Chrissy, her mom was like out of town, and she asked me to help her set up her house. So it wasn't actually her house, it was like her second home, I guess, and she asked me to help her set it up for Halloween, and it was the Thursday before Halloween, so I don't know what day, I don't know what Halloween was on. I think it was Friday or Saturday. Anyway, so I get my friend, and my friend and I go over to Chrissy's house. We meet her there. We stopped at Dollar Tree. We got like a few decorations and whatever. And Chrissy's mom is like genuinely fucking insane. So I was like already kind of scared going there, but like I was like, it's gonna be fine because she's not there. Like Chrissy's mom isn't gonna be there. So whatever, we start setting up, and we had to keep all the lights off in the house because Chrissy was scared that her neighbors were gonna like tell her mom, because like they knew she wasn't supposed to be there. So we had to set up in the dark, and then we hear like a scream, and Chrissy was like, oh yeah, that just happens, like I hear screams a lot. And then we were like, my friend and I were like, what the fuck, like who the fuck is screaming? Foreshadowing. Okay, hi. Foreshadowing, it was a fucking car screeching. But anyway, so right after she was like, oh yeah, like the screams happen, whatever, like I hear those all the time in this house, the fucking front door opens. Sorry, excuse my French, but like the front door opens, and we're like, oh shit, we need to run, like we need to go, like that's like, so, oh yeah, okay, Chrissy was supposed to be staying with her friend and her family, like her family's friend. So yeah, so she was like, fuck, that's them, that's definitely them. And mind you, the people she was staying with, they like work for the state, like they're like detectives, some shit like that. They were like in the army, I don't know. Anyway, so we start like, we grab our stuff. I feel like I have everything. I have like the juice boxes, all that, because like we don't want them to see that. And we run out the back door as they're coming in. And okay, hang on. So we run to the backyard and we're hiding behind like a shed that she has. And then we just hear the back door like slide open, and then they're like, Chrissy, honey, I know you're out here. And I was like living in a fucking horror movie. Like it was so scary. Who says that? Like, anyway, so then Chrissy just doesn't talk to us. She just fucking sprints like across her backyard, and then there was like a neighbor's fence right there. So then my friend and then Chrissy's friend that was also with us just follow after her, and I was scared because I didn't want to get seen. So I kind of just stood there for a second like, what am I supposed to do? So then I end up running as well, and I hop over this fence that's right next door. I sprung my ankle. I landed on my ankle and I sprung my ankle. So now I'm running with a sprung ankle and it hurt so bad. I literally almost started crying. But I didn't have time for that because I was running from these people who I don't even know who they are. They're very scary. And then I realized, fuck, I forgot my phone in the house. I have everything but my phone. So, oh, and my car, they parked my car in. Like, they were, like, parked behind my car. We found that out, like, later, but that's, like, important to my story. And so I now am, like, I don't really care if this girl gets in trouble because I need my phone. So I'm telling her, like, we need to go back right now. Like, we need to go back, and you're already, like, screwed. Like, they know you're here. You just need to, like, admit to it because it's going to make it so much worse if you just, like, what are you going to do? You're going to sleep on the street? Like, no. So it took me, like, 10 minutes of convincing her in, like, this person's yard that we were next door to after we just hopped the fence to, like, go back because I needed my phone. Like, I'm not about to go home without my phone, and they had my car parked in. So we ended up, like, 10, 15 minutes later walking back to the house, and yeah, turns out that the girl's family she was staying with, she is like, it's like her friend who's also a sophomore. It's like her family that she was staying with. So, and then the friend, when I left my phone, she saw it. Okay, hang on. Okay, anyway, so the friend ended up seeing my phone in my lock screen with the guy I was dating at the time. So like she knew it was my phone. And we come in, and then the parent that was supposed to be taking care of Chrissy was like crying. It was so weird. And she was like, why would you ever do that to us? Like, we were so scared and blah, 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 blah. And I didn't really want to talk to them because that's like scary and awkward. Like, these parents I've never met before. I'm like in this girl's house setting up for a high school party. Anyway, and so I try to grab my phone, and they're like, the cops are on their way. Like, you better get out of here. And I was kind of pissed. I was like, how the fuck am I supposed to get out of here if you are, like, if you parked me in? So then it takes them, like, fucking so long. It takes them, like, 10 minutes to finally get their ass in the car and move their car so I can get out of there. And mind you, my friend and Chrissy's friend are still, like, they haven't returned to the house yet. Like, I convinced Chrissy to go, but the other two were too scared. So I got my phone, I got out of there, and then I called my friend to, like, go pick her up. And then I dropped the sophomore's friend off, Chrissy's friend. I dropped her off, and then I just drove my friend to my house where she drove home. So, like, now we were like, oh, we're kind of fucked. Like, we don't have a party, but, like, at least we got out of there. And I guess they took a picture of my plates, but nothing ever really came out of it, except, like, Chrissy got, like, pretty butt-fucked by her mom when she got home. But otherwise, like, nothing really happened with me or the cops. And then, oh, and we forgot the juice boxes, like, behind the shed where we were. So my friend and I, we ended up going back to the house, like, later that night and to try to get them, like, the juice boxes, but a cop was like right parked by the house, so we got too scared and we didn't end up doing that. But now I can tell you about the actual Halloween party that we had, because it was kind of fucking weird. And I want to preface this by saying my ankle is still not healed. Like, my ankle still hurts so bad if I like move it in the wrong way. Like, I never like did anything with it. So yeah. But anyway, so after I spread news to the group chat that like Chrissy's house isn't gonna work because it got busted by the people she was staying with, like, we can't go there, we can't risk that, they ended up finessing to go to this guy's house. I'm gonna call him Ben. And Ben's parents were also out of town, so it was like perfect. And nothing really happened there. Like, we ended up going to Ben's house for the night. It was fun. And then the next day, Ben texted the group chat from the Halloween party and was like, who stole my fucking gun? Like, someone stole a gun from Ben's house at the party. Like, I didn't even know guns were at the house. That kind of made me like, but yeah, someone stole a gun from Ben's house on Halloween after he hosted for us. And everyone was like in the group chat was like freaking out that like it was obviously a high school boy, like none of us girls would do that, like has a gun, and that like they like a high school boy who was drunk has a gun now. So one of the guys that was at the party brought his cousin from Denver who was like kind of ghetto, and so we all thought it was him, but he was also in the group chat, and he was like, whoever took the gun, like, I'm gonna beat your ass. And I feel like that just made it way more obvious that he took the gun. And yeah, and then the kid went back to Denver, and then so I looked at his Snapchat because I didn't have him added. He sells guns for a living, like this high schooler. I think he was also a sophomore. So like this 15-year-old is selling guns for a living. So obviously he took the gun, but like we didn't have evidence to prove that or anything, and Ben's parents never found out. Like, to this day, like, I don't think that they know the gun is missing. So nothing really came out of that either. Like, obviously that kid who stole the gun in Denver has probably sold it by now. But that makes me feel better that it was him, so that like a kid in my town isn't like walking around with a gun, because like the guys in my school are so stupid. Like, I know something would happen. Okay, yeah. Anyway, here I'm done with my makeup, and I just want to say, if you feel sketchy about something, don't do it, because it did not go well for me. Probably not going to go well for you. Your intuition's usually right. But yeah, bye guys. Let me know if you guys want more story times, because I'm very much so enjoying this, talking to myself where no one's going to see it.
Hi, I'm Lily, and I'm divorced. I've divorced my husband. We've been divorced for about a week and a half, officially. It's been ongoing since November of 2025. It is now June, and I'm still living in his house because that is what I was advised to do through my attorney. Lunch is ground beef and bacon. Okay. I was asked for a story time. On my mother-in-law situation. She is probably one of the biggest reasons why I got a divorce. And that sounds horrible of me, because she's probably not that bad of a person. However, our personalities do not, they just don't work, okay? And the longer I stayed and tried to make things work with my ex-husband, the more I realized they were the same person. They feed off of each other. Okay, and 4 years ago, we moved across the state for his job, away from all of my friends and family, anyone that I knew, and the only person who I had to help me if I ever needed to go to a doctor's appointment, what have you, I raised my kids alone for 6 years. Okay, I didn't need any of her help until we moved where we moved, and then she retired because I had my twins at 23 weeks, so 17 weeks early. I didn't move until she retired to help me. I didn't ever ask for her help unless I suffered from a lot of mental health issues, just because my daughter died and because my twins were born so early. Anyway, so I was thankful that she did retire from her job and was so willing to help me. And I would have been more grateful if she didn't try to she would like parent over me. So she would argue with me about how I wanted to raise my children. She would for example, my daughter would ask for juice. My kids drink water. If I give them juice, it is like 75% water, okay? Anyway, it was like 5 or 6 o'clock and my daughter asked for juice. I said no. And because my daughter was born early, she has a lot of medical complex issues. I had just made her a water and she needs thickener in her water, okay? I said no because she already had, and his mother goes against what I said in front of my children and puts juice inside of the already pre-made, thickened, how it was supposed to be, water for color. That's just like some of it, okay? One of the first things I remember is when my son was born, so almost 6 years ago. I was home alone. My husband worked a lot, and I wasn't alone because she was there, but like I wanted to be alone. Like I was a freshly new mother. I didn't need help, okay? It was a nice gesture, sure, and at the time I felt very ungrateful, but like now I'm just like, give me space. Like as I'm older, so my ex-husband is 40, I am 28, so there's a 12-year age difference. When I had my son, I was 23, 24, I don't remember, and at the time I was just I was vulnerable. I was like, everyone else ran the show, right? Because I was young and dumb and stupid. That's what I was, stupid. I wish I never got married. I don't regret my children, but I wish I never got married. Yeah, so anyway, I vividly remember her. So I finally got my son down for a nap. It was like midday. I hadn't eaten yet. I was breastfeeding. I walked out to the kitchen and I was going to feed myself, right? Because I was breastfeeding, I was hungry. And she said to me in the most blunt, flat tone, "You need to sleep when the baby sleeps." And I looked at her and I just said, I also need to eat. Like I need to keep myself alive, right? I'm an adult. I know what I need. And that was just the start of it. There's been many more things. When my daughters were born, like I said, they were born 17 weeks early. So when my daughters were born, she had gotten them a gift. It was just, they were in the NICU for a long time. Well, one of my daughters were, but when they were born, they were in the NICU. So we could decorate their walls. Well, she got them little, I am not a religious person, so it bothered me anyway, but she got them little signs for their walls that were very religious, that had a scripture on them. That's not what bothered me though. What bothered me was how she addressed it. She said, "To my girls." And I don't know why it bothered me so bad, other than looking back now, like I had them 17 weeks early. Like at the time, like I didn't even feel like they were mine. And that seems silly to say, I guess, but it just felt like they were ripped from me. Like I couldn't be with them all the time, whatever. So she addressed it to my girls. The next thing that happened a couple weeks later, not weeks, months actually, because it was soon after my daughter came home, my surviving daughter came home from the NICU. So about five and a half months later, she needed a sound machine. And of course, like everything that was going on, she didn't have one yet. So I was going to run to the store. She was at my house. She's always at my house for some fucking reason. I don't know why. I don't know. This is very traumatizing. Anyway, so I walked out and I was like, I'm gonna run to the store and grab her a sound machine because she needs a sound machine. And at the time my son was 2, so he was still using the sound machine that we had. And she said, "Oh, I'll run and grab you a sound machine since I didn't have to buy 2 cribs for your baby shower because my daughter died." You say that to my daughter just died 4 months ago, because I didn't have to buy 2 cribs for your baby shower, because I didn't have to. So I'll buy you a sound machine. couple weeks later, I went off the rails and checked myself into a mental institution. So, yeah. Lots of mother-in-law tea. There is a lot more. Those are just the things that I vividly remember because they severely altered something in my brain. Like I said, him and his mother are two of a kind. They act very similar. They feed off each other. She is moving into my ex-husband's house when I move out. She's already been staying there because she's my only help. So she is my children's nanny at this point. She lives 3 hours away. She's moving here because now I'm working full-time. So she's already been staying there. They will just bicker back and forth all day, talk to each other like complete shit in front of my children, which is another, like, the way he talks to his mom is how he started talking to me. And that's when I was like, we're not doing this. So yeah, if you're ever with a man, pay attention to how he treats his mother and talks about his mother, because this is his only family member that wants anything to do with him. And he treats her not very well. And she just like completely submits to it. I don't know how to explain it. Very weird situation, very weird dynamic. But yeah, that's my mother-in-law story time. I'm sure that I will think of many more. I'm just on my lunch break and spilling the tea, okay? Have a wonderful day, beautiful day. It's gorgeous outside. Talk to you later. Hi, I'm Lily. I divorced my husband as I was a stay-at-home mom for 6 years. I have been divorced for a week and a half. This is video number 2 of my mother-in-law, why she affected my marriage so much, yada yada. I feel like this might be a stretch, okay? But I feel like she has some type of resentment towards me because she was the breadwinner as her children were growing up. She wasn't a stay-at-home mom. And she always made comments to my ex-husband about, let her be self-sufficient, like I don't know how to do anything, whatever. That's another thing. I said in my last video, there's probably many more things, and as soon as I made that video, I thought of more. So she's made comments like that I've heard because she was on speaker. And my ex-husband used to defend me to her, but he stopped almost probably about a year into our relationship. But yeah, so she would always make comments like that about me. And like I said, she was the breadwinner. His parents stayed together for the sake of the children. So they think that's what we were supposed to do, is stay together for the sake of the children. Their marriage ended almost as soon as the kids, my ex-husband and his brother, moved out and were adults. His mom cheated on his dad. His dad was sick. And yeah, see, that turned out really well. Stay together for the children, right? So whatever. My parents were never together. I am very grateful. If my parents were to have stayed together, my life would have been a shit show. My life was a shit show, but for different reasons, and I turned out pretty well. However, if I grew up in a toxic household like that, I would have had no normalcy in my life, okay? Another thing that happened was last spring, we had her over for, I don't remember. We had to do chores outside. So my kids were 3 and 5, almost 5. So she came over just to watch the kids while we were mowing the lawn, doing all the things, because we had a big yard. And he is an alcoholic. So I knew that he was drinking, but I didn't know how much he was drinking, because whenever I saw him, he only had like 1 beer, right? He ended up getting absolutely shit-faced, like embarrassed, embarrassing. Falling over in the yard, just belligerent, okay? And I knew he was drunk at that point, like I knew, but he's never been like, he's always been like very blunt, very honest, and I personally like that. But when he drinks, he's just like, he's an angry alcoholic. And part of that is probably, if you want more information, go to the last video, but I think a lot of it has to do with the death of our daughter. He just never dealt with it, okay? So anyway, he ended up raising the weed whip at me and said, I should just kill you, bitch. Out of nowhere. We weren't fighting. We were having a good time. Everything was fine. So I went inside immediately. Like, I'm not gonna, he's bigger than me. I'm a 5'1" girl. Like, I'm not trying to, no thank you. So I just went inside because, like, you're drunk as shit, and he didn't remember what he said to me. He had no idea even 5 minutes later. And I told his mom, and I got the kids, and we were getting ready to leave. I should have called the police because my life would have been so much easier if I just left him then. I didn't, because his mom begged me to not call the police, because if he got one more whatever it's called, he would likely go to prison. And he's not a bad dad. When he's sober, he's a good dad. Not a good husband, but he's a good dad. Anyway, so that was another like red flag for me. She was there. She didn't see what happened, but she saw how it affected me and how much it scared me, and she still begged me not to leave him, basically. Yeah. So there's another thing. Shortly after we filed for divorce, he had been telling me that he was going to therapy to deal with the death of our daughter, because he never dealt with it. And this was almost 4 years later, because I still truly believe that that's a big part of like his alcohol problem, his anger with alcohol. And like I had wanted him to go to therapy for a long time. Anyway, so he ended up asking me if I would go to therapy with him. It was just like a virtual thing. And I agreed to it. Because he thought that maybe it would like help save our marriage, because he still didn't want a divorce. He even like he didn't want a divorce. Anyway, so I ended up doing that with him. The therapist, it pissed me off because he had been supposed to be going to therapy to deal with the death of our daughter, just to talk about it. The therapist had no idea anything about my daughter. Nothing. And I've talked to a couple people about it, and they're like, well, maybe he just couldn't tell you what he already knew, blah, blah. But he knew about my living children. Whatever. So that pissed me off because he had already been going for multiple weeks, and the therapist didn't know anything about what you were supposedly going for. Anyway, so the therapist ended up asking me what my biggest problem was in the marriage. And I asked Ben, I'm like, are you sure you want me to do this? Because like, you're not going to like my answer. And he said, yeah, it's fine. So I said, your mom, like your mom is my biggest problem. And he doesn't stick up for me, nothing. So that's what I said. And he just went off the rails completely. Embarrassing. It was only like a Zoom call, but embarrassing to the point where the therapist had to ask him to leave the room. And I'm bawling because I'm just embarrassed. Like, you're asking me to be open and honest and tell you how I feel, but as soon as I tell you how I feel, this is what happens. I shouldn't have these feelings. I'm stupid for having these feelings. I'm the problem, yada yada. So that's a couple more things that I thought of after I posted my video. So this is part 2, and I hope you're all enjoying the tea, because honestly it's making me feel better. So thank you for listening. Have a beautiful day.
I have a story time for you guys today that you guys are going to find absolutely unbelievable. I need to make a series about shit like this at this point because my dating life is absolutely unbelievable. Okay, so get this. I get back on Tinder after years of not being on it. I decide, maybe it's time to try again. Maybe I should finally decide to meet someone after what happened in my previous relationship. No big deal. I get on the app and I find a boy. We'll call him Tyler. He's a few years younger than me, but I don't let that deter me away from him. He's kind, he's caring, he genuinely is so nice. We start talking, we exchange numbers, we start vibing, decide to meet up. He takes me on a wonderful date. He actually showed up 3 hours late, like he overslept, but no problem. I decided to still give him a chance. I decided to still give him the benefit of the doubt and try to call him to wake him up because I really did like him and I really wanted to see him. He shows up, we go on a date. We don't have too much time. We do lunch, okay? We start talking, there's chemistry, we click, we decide we want to see each other again, so we plan something for later on in the week. Second date happens. We have a wonderful time. He, at this point, is so nice, still so kind, not trying to get into my pants, seems genuine. I catch feelings. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Third date goes by. By the third date, we're talking every day. I'm losing sleep to talk to this guy. Like, I'm legit staying up on the phone, chatting with him, playing iMessage games, like we're straight vibing. Third date happens. He tells me he wants to make it official. I really am crazy about him. I feel the same. He asks me if I want to be his girlfriend in a super romantic place. I say yes. The next day, he was supposed to go on a trip. He told me he was supposed to go on a trip with a friend, and this friend does YouTube videos doing reviews for cars. He was supposed to go on a trip to Chicago with his friend because they were supposed to go down there to pick up a giveaway car. All right, no problem. Share your location with me. That's all I ask so that I know you're safe and I know when you arrive because you're driving 12 plus hours. Turns out he tells me, oh, I'm not going to Chicago. I made a mistake. I'm going to Atlanta. I'm like, okay, no worries. Still share your location. I hope you have a safe trip. Keep me updated. Give me updates throughout your trip. Whatever. He stops at a store, grabs some snacks, checks in with me. Finally, he arrives to this hotel in now his destination, Atlanta, allegedly with his friend. That I should add, he drove down like 4 or 5, 6 hours after our third date. He drove down to his friend's house far away, spent the night at his house, and then decided to, from there, drive down the next morning to Atlanta. I am completely trusting of this guy. At this point, like, I put my full trust in him. I don't really think, you know, anything sus is happening. Because at this point, like, I genuinely am starting to trust him. He's absolutely amazing. And I have high hopes about this one. Oh boy, was I wrong. When he checks into his hotel later on that day, he goes missing for 12 hours. And he tells me he slept. He got to the hotel and he slept like for 12 hours. I didn't think anything of it because he had been driving by himself. Like, his friend was not helping him drive. So he winds up telling me, I'm actually not in Atlanta only to help my friend pick up a giveaway car and to carpool with him. I'm a furry and I'm at a convention for furries. Now, for those of you who don't know what furries are, it's a community. Some are kink-based, some are vanilla.
of people who dress up in mascot suits of animals and pretend to be these animals. Not gonna lie, I was a little thrown off by it and I was a little worried, but I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I was like, you know, that's perfectly fine. Just like, please respect that you have a girlfriend now. I was completely honest with this guy. I told him my trauma. I was completely transparent with him, told him all the things I had been through in my last relationship. I was very transparent with him about everything that I had endured in my previous relationship. So you would think he would have known not to disappear and leave me on red for days at a time. Fast forward, the guy winds up disappearing more. His responses are less and less and less. He goes MIA again. I asked him, you know, send me some pictures. Let me see, you know, the hotel room, send some pictures of you. Okay, so he sends some mirror pics and spicy pics, you know. I'm like, okay. Before his shower, comes to be that there's a yellow claw clip in the background of one of his pictures. Not only is there a yellow claw clip, but there is a pink leopard print toiletry travel case. He assures me he is sharing a room with his friend who is a male. Now, mind you, at this point in my head, I'm like, okay, something's weird here. The rest of the trip, he keeps apologizing because he's going on a 3-day bender, drinking, partying, going crazy. Assures me it's only with guys. The day he's on his way back home from the trip, which was a couple days ago, we plan to see each other the next day and get a hotel for a few hours to spend some time together. I wind up asking him, hey, you know, FaceTime me when you get to a gas station. He says, oh, my stomach hurts. I don't feel well. I'm like, okay. A couple minutes later, he answers his phone or calls me actually. And I'm like, no, FaceTime me. He's acting really weird. I said, are you in the car alone? He says, yeah, my friend sent me to drive up by myself. I said, okay, then FaceTime me. Show me the inside of your car. Because at this point, I'm having complete and total trust issues. Winds up being that he admits that not only is he dropping off a female friend for his friend that he went down with for the trip, the car guy, but this girl spent the entire weekend in the hotel room with him. And he goes out of his way to say that they didn't do anything and that nothing happened. This will be the last time I give my trust to someone. I had to make this story time because you guys can't make this shit up. Like, I genuinely had to share this shit with you guys. Craziest thing ever. My dating life is absolutely nuts. I have the worst luck when it comes to men. I hope you guys enjoyed this story, and if you made it this far to the end, honestly, don't trust a boy off Tinder.
Hi friends, welcome back. So today I have a story time about one of the worst friends I've ever had. And I don't know what her deal was. Anyways, so I could tell you lots about her. So I met this girl at a bar. Like, I was hanging out with a couple of people and she was hanging out with a couple of people that were friends with my couple of people, and we kind of just clicked. So we started hanging out or whatever here or there at this bar. And at the time, me and my best friend hung out at this bar. I would say once a week we would go. Like, when my son was at his dad's, I forget, I don't know if it was Wednesday nights or Thursday nights. I don't remember. This was years ago. Anyways, so this new friend, let's call her Tina. She would come hang out with us and we all exchanged numbers and it was okay. So my best friend, she was always like, there's something about her. Like, it's almost like, have you ever met somebody that just kind of like, their aura is off and it just kind of drags all the energy out of you just being around them? That's what she said. And that's what she said. But she was right. And it turns out I just didn't see it at the beginning or care. I was just wanting to have fun and go out. I was newly divorced and just going out and having fun. I could tell you so many stories about this girl, the things that she would do to us. It'll be in different parts. But one of her main characteristics was she was on Match, and she would usually plan 5 dates a week with 5 different people. Some days she would have 2 to 3 dates in one day. One for breakfast, one for lunch, one for dinner on the weekends. It was insane. And I don't even believe she was fully divorced yet, which, whatever. I mean, she had been moved out for years. She had 2 kids. I believe they were still in high school at the time. But she didn't really parent. She got her own apartment, would see the kids periodically here and there, but the dad did all the parenting, basically. He stayed at the house, and the kids stayed with him. So she was almost like a pick-me girl, but worse. And she would date constantly, and she would put dates in front of friends. And I mean, we were friends with this girl for quite a while. I would say at least a year or 2. And she would go out on all these dates, and then we'd hear about it at the bar when we would all meet up on our one night a week. And she called a lot of them narcissists. They're all narcissists, all of them. And I mean, you can't meet that many narcissists. It's impossible. And I hadn't really known much about narcissism until my ex-husband, and this was years before that. This was in my 30s. And it was just always, it got to the point where she would say narcissist so much that me and my best friend, and I know this is awful, but it kind of had to get us through it, because she was fun at the beginning, but then it was kind of not so fun. Anyways, every time she said narcissist, we had to take a drink. And we kind of, it was something to like brighten our night or something that we could giggle about. And she never knew about it. We weren't making fun of her per se. But even if we were making fun of her, it is nothing compared to what she ended up doing to us. But she was, I don't know what the deal was. Like, she would drop us in a second. Like, let's say we had plans, we'll meet up here at 8. Like, I would be on my way at like 7:45, and she would text and either say she's not feeling well and cancel, or because it's a lie, she had a date, or she would tell us the truth and be like, oh, I have a date. You didn't have this date before. Oh, we just matched. Okay. Like, she would ditch us in minutes. So I'm going to stop there, but this is the beginnings of this friend, Tina, and I have more stories. So this is part 1. Keep following for part 2. Bye. Have a good night. Hi friends, welcome back. This is part 2 of our horrible friend, Tina. This is going to be a short one, and I am not putting her down. I am not talking bad about her. I don't know. It's going to sound bad, but I'm building up to what kind of character she was. I told you in the last episode that she would go on multiple dates a week, constantly, sometimes multiple times a day. And she would tell us these stories. It was crazy. And I wasn't dating. I had a long-term boyfriend. So I in my previous series, I told you all that I had a long-distance relationship for, I don't know, it was 3 to 4 years on and off. But I was dating him. So I wasn't out having dating and on Match and double dates, and it was long distance. So I hung out with my friend at the bar, and Tina, my best friend, and Tina, and that was it. That's what I did. I didn't talk to other guys. I mean, I was very loyal, always been loyal. So she would tell us stories at the bar, and she would sleep with these guys on first dates. Sometimes on the weekends, when she had 2 or 3 dates, she would sleep with 2 of them on the same day. And I'm like, you're being careful, right? And she's like, sometimes. Oh boy. So we would talk to her and be like, look, it was almost like she didn't think well of herself. Like, I don't know why she would do that. Like, you can do what you want. I'm not going to judge you or put you down, but be careful. Like, what are you doing? You're exposing yourself and everybody else. It was just insane. And my best friend, she's even more virtuous than I am. Not that I'm not virtuous, but she was like, oh, no, you can't do that. No. So it was just insane. And then she would call them all narcissists and start dating somebody else. And she was, I don't know if she was just so down on herself. She had no self-esteem. And it's like she wanted men to love her. She needed love. And I don't know what happened in her past, because she had a good Italian family. Like, it was, I don't know. But anyways, so that's more of her character, of how she would sleep with pretty much all of them and not be safe about it. And it would scare us for her. So thanks for listening. I'll continue to part 3 next. Hi friends, welcome back to part 3 of the worst friend I ever had. So as I've already told you, she would ditch us for dates. She would date multiple people, sleep with multiple people a day, not use protection. And then I found out that she was still married. He was hoping that they would work things out. She was doing her thing. But we were shopping one time, and it was, I don't know where we were, but she opened like a store credit card. And she put it in, I think she put it in her husband's name and had it sent to their old address where he lived. And she was like, well, he'll pay for it. Excuse me? She's like, yeah, I do it all the time. He pays for it. And she has tons of credit cards. Like, she was just all the store credit cards you could think of she had. And she just puts it in his name and has the bill sent, and he pays for it. I'm like, okay. And like, she'll go get money from him or whatever. And I'm like, you have a job. Why are you doing that to him? And he's paying all the bills and the house. And she's like, I don't care. All right. And at one point, I forget what else she did, but I was like, I'm not trying to be rude, but people like you give us a bad name. This is why men don't want to get married, because they don't want somebody to do this to them if they got divorced. And it was just, I just didn't understand. Like, why are you doing this? You're trying to get all his money and he's taking care of your children. And one time I was in her car and we went and visited her son or something, and he came out to the car and you could tell he didn't like her. Like, he was like, what? And it wasn't the normal teenage, I'm a butthead. It was, he didn't like her. And he didn't want to be around her. And I mean, even butthead kids are, hey mom, what's up? You know, like, I didn't get it. So yes, so she would date a bunch of guys, and if she didn't have any money, she would get a date so she could have dinner out. She would not pay for anything. During this whole thing, she did end up getting a boyfriend, but she would come to us crying and saying that he abuses her and holds her down to force her to have sex and all this stuff. And I mean, I believed her because I was like, who would cry wolf like that? But after everything else that she's done, I don't know if I believe it. Like, because every time we met him, he seemed like a nice guy. And as in narcissist fashion, they're nice guys to everybody else but their partner. But I knew who she was towards the end. It was getting a little crazy. Like, you're odd. Like, she was always sick. There was always a problem. always negative, always complaining, always, she was crazy. She was crazy. So 2 more parts. I'll tell you one story about what she did to my best friend, and I'll tell you what she did to me and why I ended up telling her off at the bar and telling her never to contact me again. And I haven't talked to her since. So thanks for listening. Have a good night. Bye. Hi friends, welcome back to part 4 of the worst friend I ever had. So this is going to be third party because my best friend, who I knew would not lie to me, told me this is what happened. So we were all supposed to go tailgating into the OSU game one weekend. I ended up not being able to go. I think I had my son or something to do or whatever. And I was like, yeah, I can't go. I never got a babysitter. I only went out when my son was with his father. That was just it. If it was my time, it was my time. And I hung out with my kid. So my best friend went with Tina in Tina's car tailgating. Maybe they didn't go to the game. Maybe it was just tailgating. Anyways, guess what? Tina met a guy. She always met guys. I don't know how she would always meet guys. Like, she's gorgeous. We always said she looked like the Disney princess from Aladdin. She's beautiful, beautiful black hair. Takes very good care of herself. Like, nice figure. So, but I was too at the time. Like, I was probably 10 years younger than her, and I was thin, I was in shape, I ran a lot, I had long dark hair, my makeup was on point, you know, things like that. I dressed cute, and I didn't get as much guy attention as she did. So I don't know how, but I never saw it happen. So maybe she was the one that approached people. I don't know, but I don't know how this girl got so many men, but she was gorgeous. So they went to the tailgate. Tina met a man. Fine. My best friend was like, okay, whatever. Like, she wasn't there to meet a man. But Tina ended up wanting to go to this guy's house. And my best friend was like, yeah, I don't want to do that. And my best friend follows me. So if I'm a little off on the details, bestie, put it in the comments. But from what I remember, best friend went because she didn't have her car, so she had no choice. Like, Tina was going to do what Tina wanted to do, and she would have literally dropped my best friend off at a corner if it meant she was going to go hang out with a guy. So they all went to his apartment, I guess, and Tina and the guy went into his bedroom, and my best friend sat for 45 minutes in his living room, contemplated, I think this was before Uber, but contemplated a taxi, didn't really know what to do at the time. And I would say 45 minutes to an hour later, Tina came out and they left. And Tina told her, yeah, I gave him head. Okay. And that was it. He did nothing for her, but she gave him head and then left. Like, this is the stuff that I don't get. Why would you do that with somebody you're not in a relationship with that's also, you both are giving to each other, you're both in a committed, loyal relationship? Like, that's extremely personal, and no, that's not happening, especially with somebody like you've never met before. I mean, not even a third date kind of situation, but somebody you've never met. You literally met at a tailgate. And then to leave your friend sitting in the living room by herself for upwards of an hour, that is insane. Like, this was the kind of person she was. And then while opening credit cards in her husband's name, making him pay for it. It was insane. Like, I don't know how she looked herself in the mirror every day. I don't get it. I don't get it. And she was a teacher. I don't get it. So anyways, that's part 4. The last part 5, is what she did to me, and I told her off. So thanks for listening. Have a good night. Bye. Hi Hi friends, welcome back to the last and final part 5 of the worst friend I ever had. So if you haven't watched the last 4, go catch up. But as I told you in part 1, she was going out, dating, doing things, whatever. I was in a long-term relationship, long distance. So him and I would try to see each other at least, every month, every other month or whatever. Things were okay. I guess looking back, maybe they weren't, but I was in love. I thought he was great. And it was kind of nice that I didn't have somebody checking up on me every day because I was raising a kid. I had a lot to do. Anyways, and I would talk to her about him. And I was happy. I was loyal. I was, he was a nice guy. I don't think he ever met her, but he's met my other friends. So anyways, she knew all about him and how I felt about him, which was, I loved him. So one day he called me. I'm going to make a very long story very short. And said that somebody had messaged him and told him that I was cheating on him with my neighbor. Excuse me? Like, yeah, I had a neighbor and it was a guy and we would talk and we both had kids around the same age, so we would see each other, but no, nothing ever happened with this neighbor. Ever. I mean, still to this day, nothing has ever happened. I don't even talk to him anymore. I don't live there. Like, nothing has ever happened with us. And it came out that it was her. And so she was upset that I wasn't fun enough, or whatever the case may be, and decided to find him on Facebook and message him and tell him that I was cheating on him. So we fought. I know he didn't believe me. He didn't break up with me, but I don't think he believed me. It was like a wait and see kind of thing. And we were never the same again. We broke up shortly after. We ended up getting back together, I would say, probably 4 to 6 months later. And it just wasn't the same. It was never the same again. I know he thinks that I cheated on him or I was sleeping around or doing whatever, and I didn't. I was very loyal to this man. But she ruined that because she was jealous. So that sucked. But it is what it is. I'm over it. I mean, what's meant to be is meant to be. Maybe him and I weren't meant to be together. That's okay. Anyways, so I ended up telling her off at the bar, basically about everything. Like, about what she did to my boyfriend, what she told him, about the fact that she ditches us all the time for men, and just how I felt about the whole situation and not being important to her. And what she did was awful, and girls don't do that to other girls. I mean, you shouldn't do that to anybody, but you sure don't do that to your friend. So I told her off, and she didn't really care. I could tell she didn't really care. She didn't do anything. She never tried to contact me again, and I never contacted her. I don't think I've ever talked or seen to her since. I will check up sometimes on Facebook and see what she's doing, and still doing the same thing. I think she got a better job, but says she's single, so I'm sure she's still dating around or doing whatever. So do I wish her the best? Yeah, I do. I do wish her the best, and I hope she gets help and figures out why she does those things. But do I have any desire to ever talk to her again? Nope. If I ever saw her, I wouldn't even acknowledge her. So thanks for listening, and hopefully you've never had a friend like that, because it pretty much destroyed my relationship that I thought was going somewhere. So who knows if it would have. I don't know. That pretty much changed it forever. So thanks for listening. Have a good night. Bye.
You guys, I literally never wear this much makeup, but it's because I'm performing in a musical tonight. But this stage makeup, honey, it's serving. I hope the audience members can see the work.
Okay guys, here's my Black Widow story time. I'll try to make it as short as possible, but it did happen over a couple of days, so I'll put a description below of basically the SparkNote version of it. So it starts at 3 a.m. I wake up out of my sleep because I have a bug bite on my foot that burns. I can't go back to sleep for the rest of the night, and I'm like, whatever. I'm known to have kind of reactions to mosquito bites, so I'm not really thinking anything of it. The next day though, I'm feeling really nauseous, my head hurts, and I'm just like really low energy. I'm trying to just push through it at this point because I'm thinking like maybe I just ate something weird. So I skip our cooking class and I go upstairs to just try to take a nap. But when I get upstairs, I'm realizing that I feel a lot worse than I thought that I did. I'm freezing cold even though it's the middle of summer in Mexico right now. I start vomiting and I start to feel like I'm kind of having a panic attack. And at this point, I've already acknowledged to my friends that the bug bite on my foot is really bothering me. It was really irritated and it was kind of weeping. So two of my friends, one who's a nurse and one who used to be a camp counselor, are telling me that they're concerned because of my symptoms and because of the bug bite, and they want me to go see a doctor. One thing about me is that I am terrified of the doctor's office, so I really would not go if I was not feeling like shit. So my friends do take me to the hospital, and the doctor thinks that the bug bite and my symptoms are unrelated. She thinks that potentially I have some sort of GI irritation going on and that she wants to treat symptomatically for that and keep an eye on the bug bite for now. So she gives me some anti-nausea medication and she gives me a prescription for some antibiotics to pick up at the pharmacy. And we get a little bit of IV fluids going and then I'm discharged. I am feeling better by the time I'm discharged, but by the time I get home, I'm already starting to feel sick again. So I decide to go back upstairs, try to take a nap and just write it out, thinking that it's gonna take some time for maybe the fluids and the medication to start having their effect. And at this time, the rest of my friends are getting ready to go to like the final big dinner of our trip. And I'm already knowing I'm not gonna go. And there are a couple of girls that are also not feeling good and they're gonna stay home too. So I'm thinking like, okay, maybe we all got something related. Let's just hang out together. We're laying down in bed. I'm still shaking because I'm feeling cold. I'm feeling so sick. I was able to take another pill version of the anti-nausea medication they gave me in the hospital. And after very shortly after I took that pill, I noticed that my face starting to go down my neck and my arms was very tingly, like almost as if your limbs were falling asleep. And it was slowly going down my arms to my chest. And at this point, I was like, I think we need to go back to the hospital because something's not right. Either I'm having reaction to the medication or, you know, something else is going on. And at this point, everybody else in the house has already left to dinner. So I call my mother-in-law, who actually lives in the city in Mexico that we were visiting, and I asked her, can you please come meet me at the hospital because I really don't speak Spanish and I needed somebody who would be able to kind of translate and advocate for me. And so she's like, yes, she'll meet us there. She's maybe 30 minutes away. And I'm thinking, okay, great, I'll wait for her to get here and then we can just go together. But a couple of minutes go by and the pain and sensation in my body is starting to spread and get a lot worse. So I decide, let's just go now and have her meet us there. So again, this whole time I was like laying down in bed all bundled up. We decide it's time to go. We're on the second floor. I get up to try to walk. It's excruciating pain. Every muscle in my body is on fire. We slowly make it down the stairs. By the time we get to the ground floor, my body completely contracts in on itself. I fall to the ground and I just start screaming in pain. Every muscle in my body is contracting. I can't get a full breath. It almost feels like I'm having a panic attack. I'm just laying there wheezing and screaming and I'm thinking I'm gonna pass out. There's no way that I can walk to the hospital now. They're gonna have to call an ambulance. Realistically, I know an ambulance cannot come get me. I'm a block away from the hospital and I know I need to just get up and go. So my two friends are taking each side of me and we're slowly making our way down the street. I still fully can't catch my breath. I'm in excruciating pain. I'm walking just tiny little baby steps at a time. And the people in the front did remember us from being there earlier in the day. So they just brought a wheelchair out right away. I was able to just head straight back and my friend who is a nurse did stay with me. However, the first doctor that saw us did think that I was just having a panic attack and he kept asking, did she have a fight with her boyfriend? Did something stressful happen today? Is she just like this? Even though she was telling him what we had been in the same hospital for earlier in the day, he was very insistent that I was just having a panic attack. He did finally give me one injection in my butt, and it hurt so bad. It just made everything 10 times worse. I was screaming and crying in pain, and that just made him kind of more upset with the whole situation. And he was getting really exasperated that I wouldn't just calm down and breathe. But after he gave me that injection, all of the muscles in my hands started cramping up, and I couldn't unclaw my hands. Now I'm laying there struggling to breathe. My ass hurts. My hands are completely clawed up. They're numb. I can't feel them. My face, my arms, my entire chest, and down to my thighs feels like it's kind of on fire. It burns so much, and I feel like I'm becoming kind of like a shrimp, like my whole body wants to just contract in on itself. And at this point, my boyfriend's mom got to the hospital. She saw what was happening, and she insisted on another doctor coming, because obviously this doctor thinks that this is a panic attack. Nothing that he's doing is helping. It's only really making it worse. She insists on having a specialist come in. The specialist comes down. My friend tells him exactly what we told the other doctor, that we had come in earlier in the day concerned about the spider bite. And he immediately starts treating it as a spider bite. As soon as they push that first medication, within minutes, I'm finally able to take a full breath. At this point, it's been 2 hours of me not being able to take an entire breath. And after a few more minutes, my hands start to get their sensation back. And the doctor tells me, yes, he's very sure it was a black widow spider bite, and they want to keep me for 2 days to treat me in hospital just to make sure that the symptoms don't keep happening. So I'm admitted, I'm staying in the hospital. My friends do have to fly back to the States. I do end up missing my flight, but luckily I'm able to stay with my boyfriend's mom for a couple of days. And he also flew out so that I didn't have to fly back home to Seattle by myself. So I'm just grateful for all of my friends who advocated for me and stayed with me and came to visit me in the hospital. And I'm grateful for my boyfriend who came all the way from Seattle to Oaxaca just to fly back with me and make sure that I was safe. Anyway, make sure to shake your towel out after you leave it by an outdoor pool for hours on end. Do not bring spiders back into your room with you.
I'm hopping on here to tell you about how I handled my atrocious subnote that I walked into this morning when I got to school. Apparently my class was horrendous yesterday, which I'm not surprised. It's been a pretty rough year, but usually they do pretty good with a sub because I'm very on them. Like, you need to follow the expectations with the sub. However, they did not yesterday. It was a rough day. So here's what I did this morning when I got to school. We sat down for a morning meeting. I pulled our reward jar. Hold on, let me even go get it. We have these silly little smileys that we have been earning for the last 4 months. There's 22 of them. They had 21. They only had 1 left. So this was our big bribery. Like, you only have 1 left, and then we earn pizza and root beer. Like, we should have earned it by now, but you know, like I said, it's been a rough year, so we have not earned it yet. So we sat down. I held them up. I read the sub note for them. And then I said, I don't know what to do with these. Because yes, you have earned them, but also to get a sub note that they had to blow a whistle to get your attention because you just were not listening is really bad. So I set the floor for my students. I said, so I am gonna ask you, what should I do with these? A lot of my students were like, just dump them all out, like we don't deserve it. And I was like, yeah, okay, that's true. One of my students was like, we have to have a really good day today, otherwise if we don't get it today, then we don't earn it. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna think about these. You're going to go to your desk. You're going to write an apology note to the sub who happened to be at our school again today. Thank God. And I made my whole class write an apology note to him. I lined them up. I marched them down to where he was in the library today. And I said, you're going to hand it to him and say, I'm sorry. All of my 24 students in a line walked, handed it to him. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Then we came back in here and I said, here's what I'm gonna do with these. Because you have earned these ones in this jar, and I do want to validate that you did have some good days. These are our good days. I'm only gonna take out 2. So then I took 2 out
and I said, we have 3 smileys left, and you have 6 days of school. So we should be able to earn 3 smileys within 6 days of school. But if we don't, that's on you. And it's because of your behavior with the sub. But that's how I handled it. How does any other teachers handle poor sub behavior? Because I was like, you need to, 1, be held accountable. There's consequences. This was our consequence. And 2, we need to apologize and fix our behavior and move on. So, hoping that they took something from it. I'm not sure, but they heard a mouthful from me this morning because I was not happy. We're almost at the end though. And at least they were understanding of why I was upset.
Hey, this is a little PSA, okay? Don't set up a camera to see what you look like from the back in one of these. Don't do it, okay? Because whatever's going on back there, listen, that's none of my business. I'm not back there, I'm here, okay? Sorry, I'm just holding back tears, I'm so sorry.
Okay, hi guys. If you see my other video, you probably know what I'm talking about. If you don't, if you just happen to scroll up on this, we're talking about my ex-boyfriend. So my last video, the sound cut out and there's music in the background, so this is my remake. First of all, this is not to bash him, not for y'all to follow him, not for y'all to find out who he is, nothing messy, nothing like that. Also, if you want a better video that's more in detailed, or if you want a video that is like more the full picture and less detailed, let me know, because I have that for you. And also I might be able to get y'all pictures, so like DM me if you want that. And okay, so I've only had 2 boyfriends ever. There's one currently that I'm talking about, and my last one. So my last one, basically, we got together. He broke up with me because of something his friend said. We got back together. I moved to a different school. He broke up with me. He got with my ex-best friend. So the concept of breaking up and getting back together is not my favorite thing. But okay, my ex-boyfriend. So we got together the week before Valentine's Day. It was good, but then I wasn't there. I wasn't going to be there the Friday before spring break because I skipped with my friends. Okay. So Thursday before spring break after school, so basically one of his really good friends is my guy best friend, and he had him text me that he wanted to break up with me. So then I texted him and I was like, wait, what happened? Like, are we okay? Like, because we didn't talk a lot because we were both shy. We didn't have any classes. Like, it was just hard. We both knew that. But like, I was willing to work harder. So I texted him. I was like, hey, is this about us like being kind of distant? Like, if so, we can work on it. We can fix it. And he goes, it's not that. And I was like, okay, then what is it? And he goes, I just need to focus on soccer. I was like, okay, you know what, bro? You do you. I guess if soccer is really that important, then like, you go. And my friends made fun of him for that, like, to this day. But no, it's okay. Then, okay, during spring break, he was texting one of my really good friends is their friend, like friends with like the guys and stuff. And, apparently he was not only trying to focus on soccer, realized that a girl wouldn't be with him forever. That's number 1. And yeah, like, and then also a girl from our school begged him to date her. He still to this day has not told me about that. Like, just never told me about that. So annoying. Anyway, so according to other people, that week over spring break, he lost a soccer game and realized that it wasn't me that was making him lose. Oh, by the way, when we broke up, he started acting weird, so I texted him. I was like, you're acting weird. Like, are we still friends? Like, do you want nothing to do with me? And he goes, I don't know, bro, until your friends to shut the up and leave me alone. I was like, okay, you know what? You be like that. Like, whatever. And then, so that was kind of how our terms left off. And then on St. Patrick's Day, he texted that friend, hey, will you help me get back together with Kennedy? And then he sent me an apology message, and it was cute. And I was like, yeah, sure, of course. Like, don't know why. Like, already went wrong. And then, but after that, like, there was noticeable changes. Like, we didn't call anymore. Like, our relationship just, like, went down. Like, he was always busy. Like, we didn't talk as much. We still talked, but we never called, like, nothing like that. Like, it just wasn't as good. And that happened, we dated for, like, 3 months, not including the time before we broke up. And so during summer, I was like, summer had just started, and I was like, I don't know how much longer I could do this. Like, he doesn't match my energy. Like, it's just getting so tiring. So my friend, being my friend, of course, she goes, well, you should see if you can get him not match your energy. And that meant, like, being a little freaky. And, like, I am freaky with my friends sometimes, but, like, only a little, and, like, people who I'm super comfortable with. But, like, since it was already going downhill, I was like, you know what, fine. Let's do this. I don't know why. And so two of my friends were over, actually, and they were just, like, telling me what to send to him, and, like, it was just, like, yeah. And then at one point he stopped answering, and I was like, why, are you shy? And he goes, no, I'm not weird. By the way, this boy talks like this to his friends all the time, like, says stuff to his friends like this all the time, and then he has the audacity to call me weird. And I was like, so you're calling me weird? And he goes, kind of. I was like, okay. And I was like, but then I called him out on it. I was like, well, you talk like that to your friends all the time. And he goes, well, you're my girlfriend, not my friend. And I was like, hurt by that, because whenever I talk about him, I'm like, yeah, he's, like, my best friend and my boyfriend. I just love being around him so much. Like, he's, like, my best friend. And he didn't even think of me as a friend. And by the way, never talked about me, like, ever, to his friends. Like, never. Ever, 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 ever. And so I was like, whatever, forget it. And he was like, okay. And then normally we're like, good night, love you, hearts, exclamation marks, extra letters, all of it. But tonight I was, like, upset, so I was just like, GN. And he goes, GN, we're done. How does this boy break up with me 2 times and both times figure out the worst possible way ever to do it? Like, who does it like that? And meanwhile, my 2 best friends were standing right there, and my mom, and they were just like, oh yeah, we should go get ice cream. You want to go get ice cream? That sounds so fun. And then we could come back and watch a scary movie. I was just like, yeah. Because it didn't hurt as bad, because, like, I knew it was coming, but, like, it still hurt because I really liked him. And so then, like, a little while went on, like, that was Thursday, by the way, it's Sunday. And I was like, I was hurt and thinking about it, but, like, I was still enjoying my summer. This man, like, this boy, like, ruined, like, the first week of summer or whatever. And then, so by the way, that was 4 days ago. And so then, yesterday or the day before that, when I got back from the lake, he followed me, viewed all of my stories, all of my posts, everything, and then all day, and then at the very end of the day, unfollowed me like nothing happened, never said a word to me, nothing. And then today, I was dyeing my hair, my mom was dyeing my hair, my mom was behind me dyeing my hair, and his other friend that I'm also kind of friends with, but, like, not as good friends with, texts or calls me, and I didn't want to answer because I knew it was going to be outgoing. Like, I can't name drop. I knew it was going to be about this guy. So I was like, you know what? Fine, I'm going to answer, because otherwise my mom's, like, the type of person that would be like, why'd you hang up on him? Like, that's mean. Like, I don't want him to think that, like, you're, like, don't like him or hate him, because she's an overthinker. So she just always thinks like that for other people too. And so I just didn't want to do that. So I answered, and he goes, bro, so-and-so finally, because by the way, this boy had not told any of our friends that we had broken up. Like, I'm the one who told them. So he went, like, all week without telling them. And then the guy calls me, and he's like, yeah, he finally told me y'all broke up. And I was like, okay. And then he goes, oh, and guess what? And I was like, no. Just shut up right now. Like, but don't say anything else. Obviously, I didn't say that. I was like, what? And he goes, you can't tell him. And then I was like, I just keep on, I'm digging my grave at this point. And then while my mom was behind him, he goes, he's dating someone new. 4 days, guys. It's been 4 days. This girl, I'm pretty sure I've seen her on Pinterest. And out of his league. And looks at least 5 years older than him. One of my friend's mom said he looks 7 years older than him. Like, there's no way. And, like, apparently, according to one person, she's 1 day older, and according to another person, she's 1 day younger. So, like, what the heck? And then I look at my other account just to see he's viewed all of my stories again. So, he's in a relationship with in my opinion, a fake girl. Like, I just don't think it's happening. Like, viewing all my stories. And I have to go to school with him. Like, so, like, a bunch of people are, like, splitting schools. But we're one of the few that are, like, staying together. And it's, like... So, yeah. I... Like, if y'all have any advice or, like, comments, yeah. That's my story. I feel like I'm forgetting parts. But again, if you want a shorter story with like the whole picture, or a longer one with more details or pictures, or... Oh, I can also give you a story about the other guy that I was talking about first, because he has a lot of drama. I just didn't want to get too far into it. Yeah. No, guys, it's okay. It's totally okay. I don't care. I couldn't care less, actually. We all know that's a lie.